What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. What's up, hero? How's it going? Just got off work. I thought it would be fun to maybe do a hardcore campaign run today. Yeah, so for the purposes of this, I've created a new hardcore SSF Mirage campaign run. This is a private league based on hardcore SSF standard, so no keepers. And I'm going to be recording the video. I'll be recording the video for. I guess Keepers doesn't exist anymore. That's fair, Chris. I'll be recording the video for YouTube, and I'll publish it if things go well. Go ahead and update the. I'm actually going to remove the overlay. Glad they released most of the gyms today, but what I really want is the new Atlas passive tree. Need to plan my strats. Yeah, I was hoping that we were going to get the exceptional gyms today, but that wasn't the case, so we'll have to wait and see if they're going to drop. I know they said that they want players to discover most of it in game this coming weekend, so we'll have the information soon enough, but you know, it'd be nice to get. I just want Shockwave, right? Let's find out what exceptional Shockwave has in store, because we might actually use it in the finalized version of the build, so it could be a thing. Okay. Go ahead and get started here. Go. Alright, I'm now recording YouTube video. Hey guys, Tanavi here, and today I wanted to do a hardcore SSF campaign run of my Cyclone of Tumult Slayer build. So, like always, I've made a hardcore SSF Mirage campaign run private league. This is based on SSF Hardcore Standard, and yeah, let's go ahead and get started. When I play hardcore, I tend to do things slightly different than the POB, just based on trying to not die, so we'll see how it goes today.
Even the dead rise to challenge me here.
For the most part, everything is kind of the same though. I actually started a hardcore SSF in 3.27, and it was pretty fun. Just in time. What's up? Does the change in shockwave support affect the build at all? Nah, we only use shockwave support now in the build to simply get through the campaign and early mapping, so it doesn't really matter. We replace it once we get like 5 and 6 links and we're in like the end of yellow maps going into red maps.
Stay sharp out there.
Yes?
Yeah, I was really hoping we'd get the exceptional shockwave info today. There's a chance that they might still be releasing some info by the end of the week, so maybe we'll see that before league start. I have a feeling the exceptional gems are going to be pretty significantly powerful. You know, awakened gems were, in some cases, pretty powerful and did certain things for the build. Like, you know, an awakened melee fizz, for instance, I believe gave you the intimidate on enemies. But it sounds like exceptional gems are going to be more impactful, so just knowing about them would allow me to do a little bit of theory crafting before league start, but it might be one of those things where we have to just send it and test things out, you know, in the actual league, which is not uncommon in PoE.
Seems this new arena suits
I don't think the change to shockwave matters at all. We use it as simply as a bit of AoE clear support during the campaign in early mapping. But I don't, like, we drop shockwave now once we're like the end of yellow maps going into red maps, so I don't think it's as impactful. Even if it's a slight nerf in radius, it's still going to probably be a decent support to use during the campaign and for like early maps, at which point once we get like a decent 5-link going or 6-link, you're going to use a different support, like what's in the POV.
I'd almost stop. What little help I got.
so. Got a job for you. Willing? There's a stay sharp out there.
Yeah, no problem. Still, if you're going heist this league, will you put points into Atlas tree to help that? Probably. We still need to get more information on the new tree to see exactly what that's going to look like. My takeaway from having practiced heist and SSF for a little bit is that it's very good. Feels more rewarding than running Blight over and over, so especially if I were to go SSF for the league start, I would more than certainly be going with heist as I start. Were any of the new gems today good for General's Cry? Some like they seem might be okay. I actually didn't look too detailed into the new gems. I don't know, Chris, if you got a chance to look at them, did anything look like they might be better for our General's Cry setup? I think Sunder and Ground Slam of Earthshaking are still going to be what we want to use. Specifically because, like, this is a Fizz build. We don't do any kind of conversion, so we really need, like, something like a Slam skill like Sunder that's going to be, you know, more synergistic with the build itself. Bleed Slam starter is really good. Yeah, it's not bad at all. One of my favorite builds back in the day was actually EQ Bleed. Earthquake was so good. Yeah, so I do slightly different stuff when it comes to hardcore, so I'll prioritize life nodes more over damage. I might actually also stay on level with zones or out level zones slightly more, so the campaign run might be a little bit longer. It just depends on how lucky I am with gear and how the character's feeling at any given time.
It's to be a cage fight then. I can live with that.
Take care.
Stay sharp out there.
Your build is tanky. I just ran a hardcore run, but didn't have to immune to corrupted blood. Got one shot by a Groose. Oh, yeah. I like to try to craft a bleed immunity flask around Act 4, but yeah, if you unfortunately don't have one by that point, it can get pretty rough. For sure. Oh, there's a rip right there. Got destroyed. Alright, well, we'll try that again. Sometimes it be like that. That's funny. Okay. Alright, round 2, guys. We'll try this again. Got destroyed. I am trying to build on hardcore, yeah, hardcore campaign run. I definitely zigged when I should have zagged. Alright, here we go. Let me get another recording going. Hey guys, Sanava here, and today I'm going to be trying out my Cyclone of Tumult Slayer build in Hardcore SSF. I have made a Hardcore SSF Mirage campaign run private league based on Hardcore SSF standard. Let's go ahead and give this a shot.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gift as genius?
Even the dead rise to
Yeah, 100% Chris. Yeah, Act 1 is pretty much the roughest act. Obviously, it's getting your character kind of going. Once we get Sunder going by the end of Act 1, we're pretty much in a comfy place for the rest of the campaign, but yeah, the first like 10 levels can be pretty interesting. Yeah.
Fine work with Hillock. Farewell.
And I just want to make sure that my stash is actually cleaned out before we start, so we're going to delete these items. I did have a character that died level 6 right before this recording, so I want to be honest about this. And then we'll sell all this stuff. Or, you know what? Let's keep the 3 that I had and delete this. There we go. And just to verify, we've got nothing in our stash tab otherwise. All clean. What filter am I using? I use a custom filter.
Still alive.
So we're looking for 3 red. Links to my filter on my website. I don't see anything good. I don't see movement speed boots. So let's go ahead and get our spectral throw gem.
Yes.
And sell all this other stuff. And then we'll actually go ahead and purchase a iron ring since we have the currency for it.
not the most pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do for now.
Was there an essence in my stash? I'll clean it out when we get back there. Thank you, Exuder. Yeah, I forgot I did kill that one essence mob, huh? We'll get rid of that guy. Mud Flats, one of the scariest zones in the game. The level just saved your cheeks? Yeah. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. I don't know what that latency spike was, but oof. Look at this. This is how I die on hardcore. Yeah. That's crazy. Like my internet's literally crashing right now. Maybe I need to respawn the zone. Sometimes you get zones in PoE where it's just like everything goes to shit. Seems like not a good time for hardcore. Could be, dude. Could be. Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on. Maybe the servers are having issues? It could be. Let's go ahead and get rid of that essence that was in the stash. So we had one essence here. We're going to destroy that.
Hello.
Go ahead and grab our quest reward. We're going to take Ruthless here. Got our Quicksilver going. I'm probably going to ID this hat. Could be something good. That's not too bad.
Goodbye.
Got a job? Stay sharp out there.
Is it like all the way up here? I think it's all the way up here.
I can't do this just yet.
Learn to read zones. Yeah, I think it's not going to be very impactful on the build. We are only using Shockwave for the campaign and early mapping, and then we swap out of it now, so definitely good early on, but it gets outscaled by other support gems later, and because we have Ground Slam of Earthshaking for clear, it's just not really necessary. Played a different Cyclone last league, trying yours now, ran the act 3 times, feels great so far, thanks for the build. Yeah, no problem, Bombadil. Glad you're enjoying the build. I've already updated the POB to deal with the auto-exertion mana reservation increase. So in the level 90-96 loadouts where our mana was pretty tight, we now pick up Champion of the Cause, which gives us a little bit of additional mana reservation efficiency and offsets the change that happened to auto-exertion.
Or the balcony.
That's just too good to leave behind. Decoy Totem, the unsung hero of hardcore. Yeah, no problem. I consider that item to be finished, Chris. Like, you could throw a Foulborn Exalt on it, but, I mean, it satisfies all the box that we're checking for what we want on the chest. I might just add a pinned note on the comment that, like, you can run a Foulborn Exalt at this point if you want. It's kind of funny, I did the Harvest Reforged Caster several times and never hit at least one prefix when it applied the additional curse on there. So I don't know, like, if I was just having an incredible, yeah, Valet for sure. I don't know if I was just having like an incredible streak of RNG where I was getting no prefixes. But I feel like that's just super bad luck. I was hoping for, like, you know, maybe T1 increased max life or something. T1 life, anything, to be honest. I think a Foulborn Exalt is probably your best bet at that point, and hope that you get something really nice. But I think for the points of the video, it pretty much serves its purpose. It instructs players on how to essentially go about crafting the chest in a pretty much, as I guess, as deterministic of a way as you can. You had some super bad luck. Yeah, it wasn't great. I can tell you that much. I gotta get past this guy. This is the guy that killed me earlier. Prison is such a death trap, dude. Could definitely use some better flasks right now. That would be an amazing game. Just for the sake of curiosity, are you dual wielding to save currency or due to projectile speed? I find that dual wielding is pretty good early on. I actually want to use a two-hander now. Basically, by the time you get to Brutus, you kind of want to swap to a two-hander. But for like the first couple levels of your character, the extra projectiles feel really nice with Spectral Throw. It's pretty good. Alright, let's hope that we get some bananas flasks right now, because I need something. I need a win here.
What's a flask?
That is not what we were hoping for. I guess the bismuth is alright, but geez, I was hoping for at least some medium life flasks. That is tragic. If I can hit level 9, I could equip this Jade Chopper, which would be pretty good for Brutus. Time to get all the bad luck now before Friday? Yeah, I mean, for real. Right? Take the faster attacks. Let's see what items vendor has. Looking for 3 red. Nope. And no movement speed boots. Never lucky. Alright. It's fine.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get level 9 real quick, and then we can use this axe for Brutus, and that should be pretty good. Medium life blast, let's go. I just need a few more mobs. Come on, game. I just need like one more pack, I believe. Grab them over here. There it is. Alright. At this point, we are going to run our two-hand. Jade Chopper is pretty good. Let's go kill Brutus. If we get a whetstone, we can actually craft this weapon for our Sunder at the end of Act 1.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena.
I can't do this just yet. Skill beats size every time.
Stay sharp out there.
Goodbye. Yes? Goodbye.
almost feel sorry for these doomed sea dogs.
How does this build do against Ubers? If you look at my build update video, I'm killing Ubers in it. With a lot of investment, this build can kill Uber Pinnacle bosses in like 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, Cyclone's one of those skills that scales really well with investment. So better damage, better AoE, better speed, it all comes with investment. That could be like a really good axe for going into Act 2. Whoa, okay guys, well we have our Act 2 weapon. Crazy. Thanks Rag for the Prime. Huge man, thank you. I haven't looked at the new gym info they posted. Anything good for the build? I really haven't gotten into it myself either. I was hoping they'd drop the exceptional gym info, to be honest, which I don't think they did. Alright, let's see here. We're going to go ahead and sell this and this. Yeah, fantastic. Gonna follow your build. Thanks for taking the time to make it. Hey, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Now that Jade weapon is 3 red, which would help us out for Sunder, but I don't like usually putting my skill setup on my weapon if I don't have to. If I have 2 orbs of transmute, I might just buy that chopper though. But I mean, we have a better weapon. I need at least 2 red. I have them in the boots. I could put my gem setup in my boots. 2 red is perfectly fine. I could also get this chest. We'll see. We'll come back to vendor. Because I have boots. Alright, let's go unlock Marvel's Caverns so we can get Sunder and finish up the act. How's Cyclone for a noob? I think it's pretty noob friendly. I think my POB does a good job of breaking things down for a new player. You ever consider making other variations of the build, like the dagger shield version? Honestly, I've pretty much just spent the last several leagues perfecting this version of the build. I've tried out other iterations of Cyclone, but I find personally that this build really just kind of hits all the notes I want from Cyclone. It does everything I want, and it does it very well, so I'm pretty happy with this iteration of it. We also just got 2 link gloves, so I think we're gonna just run that with Sunder. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and purchase our Sunder, which we'll be able to use shortly.
Take care.
And let's see.
Take care.
Alright, we just gotta get some level, a little bit of level here, and we can equip Sunder. Have you ever tried the Dancing Dervish deck stacking Glad? I haven't tried that version of the build. I've seen videos on it. Thanks, Dagus, for the follow. Alright, Sunder with chance to bleed. We don't need this anymore, so we can put our Leap Slam over here with faster attacks. Then we'll have this weapon for when we go to do Maryville. We're gonna have a ton of damage. Alright, onward, stack 2. Yeah, Act 1 is typically the worst act. Until you get like Sunder online, it's just pretty rough. At this point, I like to start just IDing items and selling them because I'm going to want alterations at getting into this point of the game. That's a better chest than what I currently have. I have my flash tab set up. Rip. Hey man, following on planning your build, just wondering, is Cyclone of Tumult like RF and that you need quite a bit of investment to make it do decent single target damage? Nope. Cyclone of Tumult has better single target damage than RF. It will require some investment if your goal is to kill like Uber Pinnacles, but if we're talking about just the base game, it does far better damage than RF for less investment. What was the time played with what? My SSF? Oh, for Act 1? About 36 minutes. We're at 38 minutes now, so I'd say it was about 36 minutes. Yeah, it's just not immortal. Need to swap out one of my life flats for Bismuth back in town to help out with resistances. We also get a Lyra this hack, so that's gonna help out quite a bit. I mean, I did an SSF run last night and posted the video on YouTube, and I did the entire campaign in like 5 hours and 20 something minutes, which was my fastest run. So I level a little bit longer on hardcore because if I feel like I need a little bit of XP, or if I feel like I need to grind out some gear, I'd rather take an extra hour doing the campaign and get to maps feeling comfy than, you know, get to maps and feel like I'm gonna die. So my hardcore, I'm not like a speedrun player, guys. Like, I don't speedrun PoE. I do these playthroughs so you can see that the build works in SSF, or in this case, it works in hardcore SSF. But I'm definitely not the best min-max player when it comes to efficiency with speedruns. We definitely don't do 1 billion damage day one. I'd say, you know, Cyclone is like a low A tier build in my opinion. It's comfy, it does good damage, it suffers with movement speed because of Cyclone of Tumult compared to Zoom builds, so there is that. It doesn't have the greatest AoE until you invest in it. Like, once you get Cyclone of Tumult going, your AoE is not too terrible, and with Ground Slime of Earth Shaking is pretty good. But until you get those two items, your AoE will feel not so amazing. But once you have those, which most players can get like day 2, 3 of League, your AoE clear will start to feel pretty good. I've been running Blade Vortex for the last 5 leagues. So anything will feel better? Yeah, I guess. I guess that's fair. Stoked to try your build this league. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, Anderson, for the follow. Great to know it doesn't struggle with single target early on like RF. Definitely be going then. Yeah, I mean, I would say if you want to check back on this stream, I don't know what your availability looks like, but if I don't die on this character, I would say check back in like 6 hours. I should be in maps by then. And you can see what the damage looks like coming out of the campaign, going into maps in an SSF environment. Also hardcore, so yeah. Do you see in 6 hours? Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how lucky I get with gear and how the leveling goes, and if I, survive. Usually, Act 1 is the rippiest part for me. So if I can make it through Act 1, once things start clicking in place pretty early on, it feels pretty good. But we're gonna go ahead and grab that Bismuth flask. Just so we have... Did that go in here? Went back here. Okay, interesting. Guess this isn't... Does not take for flask? That's so weird. There we go. Alright, so for bandits, I've been talking about this. I typically go Illyria during the campaign. I like the additional resistances. And you can always swap back to additional skill point later. Hey man, just want to pop in after work to say thanks. I'm going to run the build, and I've been looking at your vids and guides. Helped me a lot planning for the league. Hey, I appreciate it, Jay. I hope you have fun with the build. Yeah, today we're doing a little bit of an hardcore SSF test run on a fresh private league. See how it goes. Is weapon the main priority to put currency into early league? Yes. I'd say so you can make your own weapons pretty decent. You'll see me do it on these SSF runs. Your real first currency, like first divine or two, you want to spend on Stampede. That's absolutely like the game changer for the build. And then get a Cyclone of Tumult. You can either farm that at Merc Lab or just buy it on trade. That's what you really want to put your currency in first. At that point, you also want to grab a Rumi's flask. Once you have those like core items right there, Replica Witchfire Brew would be good too when you can afford the anoint on your boots. But once you have those core items, then you want to start prioritizing your weapon, because the most of your damage on this build comes from your weapon, like every melee build, right? So you definitely want to focus on weapon damage. But getting Stampede with Cyclone of Tumult online is going to be a huge DPS increase. It's also going to make your Cyclone a lot larger, so it just feels really good to get going as soon as possible, to be honest. Did a practice run to maps, felt nice. I think I scuffed the Cyclone swap though. I didn't plan on the socket pressure, but now I know better. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, especially if you're trying to level quickly, kind of knowing in your head what colors you need on gear for the gem swap, and obviously getting your staff ready for the swap too. You essentially just got to have it in your head, like, okay, I need a green, red, blue link for Cyclone. I need 3 red for my Sunder General's Cry setup, and I need a decent staff crafted. Sounds good. Doing some pre-map heisting, so good to know where the currency should go. Yeah, I'm honestly feeling heist as a league start strategy myself. That is feeling like the play for sure. All right, there's a trial here we're going to want to knock out. Sometimes you can get something interesting from the gem room, but I guess not this time. That blacksmith's whetstone is really nice. It's nice getting one of those early on. I was like, oh crap, I don't have any of this yet, so I just gambled the staff and did like no damage. Yeah, Faustus is like very hit or miss. He can give you like an amazing weapon, or he can give you like garbage. I've had SSF runs where Faustus just blesses me consistently with amazing weapons, and then I had a run like yesterday where he just gave me nothing. Like I wasted pretty much all my gold trying to get stats from him. So it can be very RNG. I'd say on average it's probably best to still use your gold on him early on, because you just overall get decent rare gear from him. But yeah, always understand that it is obviously RNG. You could have a bad streak. I'm curious if there'll be anything interesting for Heist with the Mirage. Maybe just like extra blueprints. I don't know how that's going to work for something like Heist. Or if they're going to do, like they said it can make League mechanics more difficult. I don't know how that works in a world with Heist, but sure. Maybe there'll be special blueprints like how Harvest is getting a new life force type. Maybe. What if the cash spawns super blueprints? Super blueprints. Possess beast? Heck no. Thanks for the chat. It's 2 a.m. I'll be around another time. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by, Jay. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Actually, should go do Oak real quick, and then we can get a Lyra.
water. A shame we have only the trees for audience.
Thanks back for the follow.
That was all.
Look at that weapon. Holy moly. I wonder if Chaos is still going to be the main currency of all the changes. Yeah, people have been speculating that it might be something else. I'm not sure. Cold and lightning. I need lightning resist more than anything for this next boss. And can't craft it. Alright. Sometimes we just gotta send it, guys. Sometimes we just gotta send it. Do I mess with heist at all with the campaign? I'd like to do more heist during the campaign. I think, like, if I go SSF, I'll probably start it very early. My suspicion is that if you're using heist to try to get, like, Replica Stampede, I have a feeling that lower level blueprints, you're going to have a better chance of seeing the boots. So I think doing heist early on, and then farming low level maps for the low level blueprints is probably going to be the play. In trade, I think just pushing heist as far as possible, because it seemed like heist will be just decent, consistent currency, like from just raw, a couple, you know, occasionally raw divines, and you know, you can get actually. So I've saw some pretty good 6 links during my testing, and I think, I don't know if 6 links are going to be a little bit more rare since we're not going to have tree to print them. So getting a really decent 6 link from heist like day 1, 2, and selling that on trade could be some pretty good money if you get lucky. I get the contracts each level, but don't run. Go right before Gatava. Gotcha. Want to tune in was to change the Shockwave support a nerf or a buff. I think it was basically a slight nerf, but we don't use Shockwave that long. We use it during the campaign and for early mapping. By the time you're end of yellow maps going into red maps and you've got like a 5-link plus setup going, you're probably going to have Shockwaves dropped at that point. Shockwave used to be really good with Cyclone when there wasn't a way to do any kind of AoE damage. But because we have Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, our Mirages do a lot of work helping us with our AoE clear when we're mapping. And so Shockwave has kind of lost a little bit of its luster. And there's just better damage supports that scale by the time you're in yellow and red maps, especially when you have a 5 or 6 link Cyclone. So it's good. It's amazing during the campaign. It's really good during early mapping, but thanks to GC with, you know, something like Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, your clear is going to be just fine without it. I'm still interested in seeing what's going on with the exceptional Shockwave support gem, but no info yet on that one. GCPs are going to be worth their weight in divines this league. That's why I think heist is surprisingly going to be pretty good, unless they silent nerf the GCP drops. I mean, I was seeing insane GCPs from running heist, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be pretty good money. Yeah, I think heist might be where I'm living. Trade or SSF. Probably the first several days. Bro, where am I going in here? Where is the exit? I just want to finish the act. That was ridiculous. Alright. Yeah, I have loot filters on my website. Essentially, it's never syncs filter, but it's modified to show things like staff bases and certain armor bases that I'm looking for during the campaign and early mapping. Depending on how good Heist is, I might not go to the Atlas for the first few days. Yeah, it depends. Like, Heist could be really good money. Hard to say. Brother. Oh. That was almost the end, guys. That was almost the end. Not having that lightning resist is kind of tragic right now. That was close.
A duel like no other. I think I'm starting to like this one last.
1 hour 5 minutes. Not amazing, but not terrible. All right, so Act 3 can sometimes run like 35 or 40 minutes for me because we're essentially going to be doing our Cyclone swap. So there's a little bit of prep work here. We're going to want to be on the lookout for a red, green, blue link, as well as a decent staff base. The ones that I like are royal staffs or vile staffs for crafting our weapon. If you tell me right now that it was to the immediate left, I'm going to be very sad. Very sad. What is this layout? The right way or there's two routes, the right way or the way I go? I feel that. Like, what is this layout, dude? Holy moly. I'm cursed right now. I'm actually literally cursed. Every route I go, it's every single potential route that I could have taken was the wrong route. Actually insane.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features at all.
Dead ends the game? Pretty much, man.
Watch yourself.
So we're going to go ahead and check vendor for those things I was talking about. We're looking for a royal staff or vile staff. I don't see that. I see an insane staff. Is that worth 3 alks? We're not really, because we're going to be replacing our weapon. So I'm not gonna waste alks on that when we're about to go staff. We're looking for red, green, blue link, if I could be so lucky. And I don't see anything. So we press forward. Doesn't PoE give lots of clues to things for the campaign map? Yeah, there's like little hints on the different tile sets for like what way to go and what way not to go. Yeah. I just never got really good at studying all that stuff. Probably should have.
Halakoda.
Need something? Be careful.
What's up? Good luck to you.
Docks is a pretty good area for XP, and you can see we're kind of under leveled. So I'll probably full clear this place.
Divination card.
there's glory in the old empire yet.
Am I doing Cyclone for Mirage League? Heck yeah, I am doing Cyclone. Very excited for it. Thanks, Says, for the follow. You're planning on trying out some of the new holy skills? Yeah, the holy skills look fun. And I'll probably try them out too during the league. But for league start, I'm definitely going to do, I think, the Cyclone is how I like to start every league.
The cockroach like that.
Sweet. And we can equip our purity now. Elemental ailment immunity. Let's go, dude. Holy Strike seems a good mule option, to be honest, since it replaces Templar Gem at the start. Interesting. You're saying, like, mule that and run that instead of, like, Spectral Throw or something? Yeah, that's interesting. I might try that out, actually. I wouldn't mind using, like, one of... And, like, here's my thing. It wouldn't work well with my bleed setup, but if I could... Maybe I could look at POB and see if there's a way to make the... skill feasible. Up until Cyclone Swap, just to try something different. But we really go heavy with the fizz damage and this setup. Yeah, Spectral Throw is pretty good. At least for Act 1. Not bad. Alright, let's go see what we have here at Vendor.
You getting by?
Only coiled staffs, not really what I want. Let's see if we can get a red, blue, green on anything. No dice. Okay.
Don't do anything like
We'll grab our Cyclone Gem though, so we have that. Alright, we'll go ahead and unlock lab. I'm sorry, library. So we're gonna need gems from there for the swap. I'm doing Ground Slam till Sunder. Yeah, Ground Slam isn't bad either. One in a giant half circle. I got recommended to you from Reddit builds. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks Reddit builds. All right. Let's see what vendor has.
What's up?
Same stuff. Probably resets after I do this quest. All right, we'll grab the fortify. Let's see if vendor reset. If not, we're just going to push Sunder for a while longer. Sunder's not like terrible to finish Act 3 with, if we just don't get lucky with having the items we need to do the swap right away.
You getting by?
Yeah. I could YOLO a staff real quick and maybe we get something decent. Nope. Tragically bad. Although, I like that link setup. Wow. Okay. Sometimes it be like that. Alright, Sunder it is for a while, guys. Sunder it is. Let's go ahead and do Piety. Knock this out. Looking at doing some delve in 3.28. Your build was mentioned as one that can do down around 1k plus. Have no issues. Yeah, so one of my mods, Niche, pushed the build to about 1k delve in 3.27. And he said up until about 900 it was pretty easy peasy. And then started to get a little bit rippy. He has a YouTube video too. I should make a command for that so I can just like a delve command or something at some point. Yeah, if you link the video, Chris, I'm gonna copy it down in my notes and I'll make a ooh, that was almost the end of the campaign right there. That's what happens when I try to multitask. Yeah, I can make a command or something in Nightbot later for that. Bro, what is going on right now? Hubby League starting, Dead Eyes, Cyclone of Tumult, cast on Crit Spark with Mage Blood and Inspired Learning. But that's what you're going to be going into. Whoa. We need some armor, baby. Need some armor.
So you've chosen to end our affair, Julius. I shall cherish your memory. Damn you!
Sorry, the gem you plant. Tread carefully. Quite.
Stay out of the shadows. There you go. Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
travel far.
How you doing?
Are there any other good coin skills we could go for? Oh, there's our royal staff. Yes, guys. Oh, we're in luck.
Do anything I want.
Right now, Fortify is really the only one I'm looking at, to be honest. How many lab runs on average to get the gem? It depends. It's very RNG. It could be like super quick. It could be not quick at all. It really just depends on luck. I'd say on average for me, it's about 5 to 10 runs is what it feels like sometimes. All right, we got our weapon for our swap
See you.
to Cyclone. So now we just got to go get gems. So we're going to go grab stuff. Go see Ciosa. Yeah, on average is about, it's felt like for me 5 to 10 runs in order to get Cyclone of Tumult or around some of Earth Shaking. Yeah, my luck is pretty good. Endurance charge on stun is probably the most likely, probably. Alright, so we want Shockwave. And we want Infused Channeling. And we want our General's Cry. And Auto Exertion. Okay. Going to keep our Sunder. We have our GC set up. We have our Cyclone set up. And then, what can we do here? We don't need Dash anymore. We don't need Decoy Totem anymore. I'd like to try to get Blood Rage on here somewhere. Fortify for later. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, and then we need Desecrate for bossing. As well as Flesh and Stone. I think that's everything.
Speak again soon.
Alright. Get all of our skills laid out.
Still breathing, eh? Stay out of the shadows.
Attack speed would be the luck here. Nope, never lucky. Okay. We need to fit Blood Rage and Desecrate on here somewhere, so I need 2 green slots available. Can we get lucky and hit something on here? Right, there's 1 green. We'll put our Desecrate there. And can I hit a green on this? Yes. Flesh and Stone with Blood Rage. I think that's pretty much it for all of our gem swap. Alright guys, we've fully converted over to the setup. It always feels good to go Cyclone. Alright, ideally now we just need some movement speed boots. Oh, and then we need to do some gem, we need to do some swapping with our skills. So we'll have to look into that. Yeah. Let's get to Dominus's area and then we'll do that.
the tower. Kill the Mad King. Just like the
Okay, and what we really want here is some mana cost reduction as well as efficiency. We have 4 points left, so we'll go for Cannibalistic Rites. And as we get some more gold, we'll clean up the respecking. I might actually have some refund points. Yeah, I do. There we go. Get our 40% increased hits with damage against enemies and a little bit more HP. That's pretty good. Awesome. And want some more HP right now.
Welcome to the greatest of the realms, dearest. God is watching.
Whoa. Oh, dude. That was close. Spicy. Living on the edge, dude. Living on the edge.
Have you ever seen the true face of God next time? Attacks of God!
Yeah, I'm playing hardcore right now. I definitely backed out. Better to play it safe than sorry. I'm pushing pretty hard compared to my normal leveling time on hardcore too. Like my normal softcore leveling is 6 to 7 hours. On hardcore, sometimes I do 7 to 8 hours because I like to overlevel and do a few things. But I'm gonna try to be both quick-ish today. So I think this won't be as fast as my 5.5 hour run yesterday. Probably more like 6.5 hours, but hardcore. We'll see. Now that I was stuck in Act 3 for like 50 minutes, but I was trying to fish for items to make the Cyclone swap. So now that I've got Cyclone online, it's a lot easier to kind of push through levels. Oh, it's like they add an extra mod onto hardcore. Yeah. Right.
We go where you are needed.
I saw.
I think this will come in handy at some point. See ya.
What do you want? Will be remembered.
You haven't made it through on a hardcore yet? Yeah. I realize I don't have unwavering stance. That's kind of rip.
Yes.
Need to fix that with my next skill point.
See ya.
Can
Yeah, we'll go unwavering stance and then into leech. Leech will feel pretty good. Yeah, I don't usually take it. Sometimes I take it when I'm leveling Sunder, sometimes I don't. I didn't really feel like I spaced on it, I guess, and I wasn't getting stunned enough using Sunder leveling that it was like a noticeable thing, but I'm noticing it now playing Cyclone. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pick that up. Stun immunity. We have priest, chill immunity, stun immunity. Feels pretty good.
Always happy to help a gentleman in distress. Good luck.
Mary. Remember.
Don't die, please.
I once heard of Carter.
To simplify what gym colors you're looking for in the first couple acts in terms of gear, basically we want 3 red as soon as possible for Sunder, leaving Act 1. And then you're looking for... You want 3 red when you're leaving for Sunder, and then you want to look for a red, green, blue link in Act 3 if you're Cyclone setup. And then eventually you want your 2-4 links to be 4 red, and 2 red and a blue and a green for the Cyclone. Yeah, no problem.
Bye.
You have come to tortured yet unbroken.
Yes?
Bye.
Anything you need, just
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guys, we got our 2 4 links going, so that's pretty good. And we have Fortify now, which is super nice. Are we gaming? I think we're pretty close, yeah. We're getting there. We are getting there. Feeling pretty good. I do need to try to craft a bleed flask. Sooner rather than later.
World of Snowy!
Cyclone versus Cyclone. I win. Alright, we're getting close to going to do first lab. Pretty soon here. Go knock that out. I should craft that bleed flask. What level is that? 36? Yeah, we'll probably do it on this 36 flask. Excuse me.
Your glory will be remembered.
What is it, Death? Go where you are needed.
Yes. Until next.
Yes?
Until next. What can we do?
Be careful.
Hey, just like that, we get our corrupted blood immunity flask. It's that easy, guys. It's that easy. Alright, let's go look at benchcraft options real quick. This one in a giant circle.
What do you want?
Oh, Jules. You're so cute. My beautiful champion. I knew I could rely.
Die piety indeed. Alright, I think it's time to go run lab. Finally time to run lab. Hey, maybe we get ground slime with earth shaking on the first lab. Wouldn't that be crazy, guys? You can dream, right?
Before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth, within these walls, the Lady of Ascendancy.
A man can always dream. Can't wait for the league start, yeah. Yeah, fortunately I go into work pretty early. So I get off and I have some time to play every night this week. I think I'll probably take Wednesday off from streaming. Maybe, we'll see. I might not actually level a character or do stuff like this on Wednesday. I might just kind of, I'm sorry, Thursday. Right before the league launch, I might just kind of decompress Thursday night. We'll see. But I might stream.
Close to the end of the path. The Emperor beckons.
You get an 8-hour delay to your league start. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking a little bit of PTO and balancing hours out to be able to do league start myself. Yeah, because I streamed so late yesterday, I did a normal day today. I think I'm gonna work longer days tomorrow through Thursday, and I might only have to burn like 2 hours of PTO on Thursday. Yeah, I didn't go to bed till like 2:30 last night, and I just woke up at like 6:30 for work. I'm actually pretty tired right now. Between the latency on my computer and how tired I am, it's probably not the best to be playing hardcore SSF right now, but c'est la vie. $8 p.m. on Friday evening. Oh, that sounds awful. I don't know how you do that. Well, I used to work. When I was I worked in factories in my 20s, and I used to do like going to work at 3:34 in the morning. I wouldn't get off till like 5 in the afternoon, 5, 6 o'clock. I did that 6 days a week, so I remember that life. Yeah.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
They grabbed the craft, yeah, okay.
Entertain doubt is to die. Slowness, then strength.
Oh, this is gonna be annoying. We don't want him to get these. We're gonna have to make sure they kill these. Nice. Somehow he has one of the buffs. Somehow he's one of the buffs. Should be okay though. Yeah, we need to try to craft a better weapon before the end of Act 4. Would be pretty good. S League before I turn 40, so I have to go give it a go with the all-nighter. Yeah. Same. Well, this isn't the last league before I turn 40, but like I'm 38, so yeah, it'll be pretty up there, man. I'm pretty up there. I'm very happy that league starts at 11 Pacific because that's my time. So my goal is to be in maps by like 5 p.m. ish, and then I can just blast all night. It'll be pretty good. Your mountain time? Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. Pretty happy about it. He's got 2 swords. What the hell, dude? It's crazy. I definitely killed those guys to not have 2. What the hell? 3 or 4 AM, so give at least New Atlas when you look before you go to bed. Yeah, it's got to be unfortunate depending on your time zone. That was a crazy good chest. I'll take it.
You are worthy. Receive our blessings. Embrace our justice and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Alright, guys. Can we get Ground Slam of Earthshaking? Is it possible? Never lucky. Alright.
You need help with something?
Good luck.
I don't know what this streamer client is that you speak of. I've never been blessed with such a thing. We could vendor real quick. What's my worst item? Probably my boots. Use better boots.
I see.
20% increased movement speed. It has a little bit of life. Fire cold. I'll take it. Movement speed boots are pretty good. Pretty good.
What is it, X?
And you know what I also need to fit on my gear somewhere is a curse. I guess Poacher's Mark would be fine for now. We should probably grab that.
Mine.
Military staff's pretty good. We can better recipe that for a much better weapon. Saw your build on Path of Exile builds. Can't wait till League start with this. I love Cyclone. Hey, welcome. So did I didn't actually check. Did the Path like of Exile builds Reddit come out with a build list today? I'm assuming that's what happened. They typically do. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't want to get this staff set up real quick, actually. Do I have a whetstone? I'm pretty sure I do. And I'm probably out of essences, but we do have one of these guys. Have you seen the 3.28 leaks flow chart for deciding your build? It's hilarious, but it doesn't. But it does it insults Cyclone Shockwave? Is that what it does? Everyone always shits on this skill, dude. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
See you.
Yeah, that might be worth trying to level up a bit.
Time for that soon enough.
Who made the flowchart? Oh, you saw my post. Gotcha. You want to pretend a bad skill isn't bad? Damn, dude. We'll be hating on the Cyclone Shockwave. Is that like DSLE's flowchart? She usually makes like a funny flowchart prior to league start. I'm a big proponent of play whatever you find fun in the game. Myself too, so Jav might be kind of terrifying, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, she usually does like funny flowcharts. Yeah, Deodre is kind of terrifying. I think we gotta avoid red circle at all costs. Okay. Death by attrition. There it is. Alright. Red circle is like the vulnerability debuff, so I take increased fizz damage. Green is like enfeeble. And the purple is temporal chains.
What a pleasure to finally meet you.
Yeah, I mean, people are gonna always hate on Cyclone. It's just something the community does. Like, there's far worse skills in this game, but like for some reason, this is the one people want to shit on.
This world might be bathed in glory. What?
Yeah, I mean, old Cyclone was amazing. And maybe one day that'll...
See if you truly understand what it means to be
One day maybe that'll be the case. It'll go back to its glory days, but... I don't know. I think Cyclone's in a pretty good spot as it is. If you like playing Whirlwind type builds and action RPGs.
gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death being selfish?
Less of us fighting over stampedes. Yeah.
The beast. I'm watching you.
There's no.
It's a strange feeling when the fighting is done. Ah.
Alright, a little bit longer in Acts 3 and 4, but we got our Ascendancy, and I feel pretty good now going into Act 5. Especially since we have a good staff crafted for that we'll be swapping over to in a few levels. Yeah, we'll have to see what Blight looks like. You gotta remember, Replica Stampede is still a thing, so... It might mean that Replica Stampede goes up a little bit in price, because there'll be more of those on the market than in regular Stampedes, who knows. Hard to say until we get there. Yeah, they're usually fairly cheap, so I would expect that to still be the case. Two hours and 50 minutes. It's not the best, not the worst. I'm gonna see if I can get through Act 5 here relatively quickly. while still grinding out decent XP. I'm going a little bit slower. I did an SSF run yesterday. I posted the video on YouTube, and I did the campaign in like 5 hours and 20 something minutes. This is going to be a little bit longer simply because I'm killing more mobs to try to keep my XP decent. It is hardcore. I'm being a little bit safer with how I do things. Wow, thanks AV for the resub. 4 months, that's crazy. Thank you. Aren't the only place we can get them in the Blight Ravage maps? You can get them from normal Blighted maps also, not just Blight Ravaged. I've had them literally drop on the first Blighted map I did in an SSF test character run. So it's just RNG. I think they have a better chance coming from lower item level, like maps or heist blueprints, because they just have less things to compete with that can drop, I think, is my suspicion. A lot of people have told me they see more Stampede boots drop from like level 70 Blighted maps than, you know, level 83. In terms of the zone level, or, you know, tier 3, tier 4 Blighted maps versus a 216. Only use one Void Stone to make Strand level 70 and run low level BPs. And you have him super fast. That's what I suspected. That was my kind of gut inclination, was that you gotta run like low level BPs.
World of Story.
No, they can drop from regular Blighted. I still think Heist is probably the play though. This is a good zone for farming XP. Yeah, but like you've got like what 80 bajillion replicas that you're competing with. If you ooh. Detonate nearby corpses, that could have been the end. I would get a 5-link sword during this run. Rip. Maybe you got tired of all the bitter dreams, is that what you think? I mean, yeah. There were so many bitter dreams too. It was like, really? Do I agree, Pub Gun putting the build in B tier? Yeah, I kind of think it's like low A tier, but I could see it like as high B tier. I think that there's far better builds to play, so I can see it being like low B tier. I'm sorry, high B tier, low A tier. But I think like it being bottom of B tier is a little disingenuous. But I think that's because there's like this stigma people have. Like there's a stigma that people have with Cyclone. They think it's just a terrible skill. There's a lot of better skills than Cyclone. So, but I think that with Stampede and Cyclone of Tumult, it's actually a lot of fun. So I think it gets a little more hate than it deserves. But, you know, it's never going to be a meta skill because it's like too... You know, the speed isn't going to be as good as meta skills. The AoE screen wide clear isn't a thing on this skill, right? So... Well, I think it's because it's slower and because it doesn't have the AoE. You know, those are the two things that people really want from mapping builds. And Cyclone's okay as a mapper once you invest into it, but I do agree with Fubgun that it takes a bit of investment to make Cyclone feel good. By the time you're in T16s and you've got your Cyclone of Tumult, your Stampede, and your GC setup and everything going, mapping feels fine, honestly. Yeah, it's not like a push. That's a great way of putting it. It's not like a push Legion build on day one kind of thing. And so I think that's why... And you got to remember, you know, Fubgun looks at things from the perspective of, like, efficient currency making, mapping builds, right? And Cyclone is never going to compete with something that can blow up the entire screen. But ultimately, I like playing Whirlwind, you know? Like a Whirlwind-like skill. That's why Cyclone is fun to me. So ultimately, you just play what you have the most fun doing in the game. So, like, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to play Cyclone because it's not the fastest screen-wide clear ability. Those are legitimate things to not like about it. But if you just want to like recapture the glory of playing Whirlwind in Diablo or that kind of gameplay where it's just comfy, you know, one button, very tanky, decent damage. You know, there's a simplicity to the build once everything's online that's also really nice that I don't think a lot of people give it credit for. So I'm also incredibly biased. You know, I like the skill, so yeah. I play it every league.
Thank you. You deserve it. Once kitten. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Yes. Farewell.
What are some farms that this build would be good for? Pretty much anything but Legion this build is good at.
Yes. Remember, we do this for freedom. Yes.
We're glad you made Lani's. Good luck out there.
Alright guys. Let's go to hideouts. My resistances currently look at. Really the only thing that's tragically low is lightning going into Act 6. Might be able to fix that on the gloves here. The lightning resistance. And get one more roll on something. Not there. Be the helm. Nice. Alright, our resistances are looking pretty good going into Act 6. I think we can go, we'll do skill point quest and then we'll go kill Katava and move on to Act 6. Am I going to be doing SSF or trade for 3.28? I haven't decided yet, to be completely honest. I'm still mulling it over. Gotta change it up. Hardcore trade. I guess I have done hardcore SSF as league start, so now it would be hardcore trade. Hardcore trade could be interesting, actually, because it would give me access to items and make it less grindy for farming stuff. There is that, while still having kind of the fear of death. But then if I die, I just go to regular league, so... Oh, ho, 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 ho. Spicy. I haven't played a proper Cyclone only build in forever. Your videos got me plenty hype for it. Hey, I appreciate it. I hope you have fun if you want to give pure Cyclone a go. Usually just do cast on crit, yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. That was almost the end right there. We were playing it risky right now. 1400 health is also a little bit low for at this point on hardcore, but we're figuring it out. Alright. 3 hours and 16 minutes for the first 5 acts. Not the worst thing ever. It's actually on par with my regular leveling speed for just doing fresh character. Any major changes to the build since 3.27? Yeah, there's been some substantial updates. I have a build update video on my YouTube channel that goes over a lot of it, but the build is a lot different in 3.28 than it was in the beginning of 3.27. Yeah, no problem. We're gonna go heisting, guys.
It's funny, huh?
Oh, I forgot a monster somewhere. I hate this quest, but I want the respec points. Where, oh where did I forget this dude? There we go. Thanks, Chicken, for the follow. Appreciate it. Honestly, not that bad. It's a decent amount of armor.
Time for an encore.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that you just got to get done, you know. Whether you want to or not, you should probably just get it done. Could be the place where, with the Ramage guarantees a 5 link. Yeah. That is true. I forget to grab the quest item. It'd be like that sometimes. They're just not dead. They're not dead. That's how you know you're a little bit tired. You think all the new stuff is just going to be in zones that everyone skips, like Fetid? Could be. Could be. torn between playing this or a version of it on Guardian with GC Holy Sweep. Would have to retool a bunch since Guardian would give a bunch of fizzes extra but would shock. Yeah, I'm interested in trying out something with Templar and completely overshot it. Trying out something with Templar and the new Holy Skills. Mirage, so I gotta cook something up once they update POB. Yeah, the Purity of Elements is so clutch.
I refuse.
Beautiful cow.
Good tidings. Time and tide wait for no man.
Great video detailing the changes. Looking forward to running the build again. Oh, hey. Welcome back. Yeah. I think the build's in a pretty amazing place, so... Yeah, I don't need 900 right now. Whatever. It would have been one beast to kill on that prior zone, but it was a red beast, and I just didn't feel like suffering through a red beast right now. So, I gotta keep the forward momentum moving at the moment. Yeah, Niche had some pretty great edits to the build. So working together, I think we've managed to come up with a pretty good version of the build at level 90, level 96, and the end game. And there's been a lot of other great feedback from the community too. That poison damage though, crazy. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like, you don't really need to rise Lothos, I guess, for doing mapping content. It's pretty good though, but like the belt could be insane with the action speed for sure.
Good tidings to you.
Hello.
What? Not bad. Not bad at all.
Well, there we go. There's an interesting staff. It's got an open. It's got an open prefix on there. We could craft increased fizz. Be pretty good actually, and it's got attack speed. Increased fizz damage. Hello, my new friend. And it's got crit chance. That's pretty baller.
What do we ship?
I was running Domination Scare just for the shrines last week because it feels so good. The shrines are so good when you're mapping. They're so nice. Instead of using a Stygian, we could use the new belt base, anointed first, and harvest synth it for synth mods. So you think there are... I think using the new belt in place of the Stygian is 100% the play. One of the things I want to do before Friday is think about like different cord belt setups that we could run like on the level 96 setup. I think it's going to be way better than running a Stygian. That's kind of like where my head is right now with Like, so there's a few things I want to tweak. The first one is running a cord belt prior to getting Rise Lothas, I think is 100% the play. Then I want to look at what the new exceptional gems are going to be. Right, there's over 40 of them. That could completely change the setup for General's Cry and what we're due for Cyclone. Especially if the exceptional shockwave is any good. So there's some stuff I need to think about. Gonna run Harvest like a mad lad to provide all the juice. Yeah.
His time has almost come.
Thanks, Raves, for the follow. Thank you, Jug, for the follow. I don't know, Chris. I'm so tired right now. I'm not thinking straight. I slept for 4 hours. I went to work all day, and I've been playing this. So I'm pretty much like, my brain is making. I'm just like flying through stuff. Brain's at like 20% power right now. It's about as laggy as my internet's been tonight. I don't think the shockwave change matters at all. Yeah, perfect conditions for HC. Yeah, brain.exe has failed, guys. I don't think the shockwave change matters at all. It's still going to probably be a decent support while you're leveling through the campaign and during early mapping. We'll obviously test it out on Friday, but I'm not too concerned with it, to be honest. And the truth is, like, if it's like really bad, like if the radius feels really bad, we have our General's Cry set up to help with clear anyways. So Cyclone is, people get really like hung up on Cyclone Shockwave as a concept because that's what existed for years. But like with General's Cry setups with Ground Slam and shit like that, like our clear is fine without Shockwave. Like, I'm of the opinion that I think I'm probably going to drop Shockwave as soon as I get Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. And just fit in a better gem. For more damage on my Cyclone. The reason we're playing staffs isn't really for the Shockwave. It was kind of like in 3.25, but it's for the block. This build, the core concept of this build, when I created it in 3.25, is getting that Gladiator Lucky block with Flame and Flesh. You know, it's a block build at the end of the day. So, plus staff node gives us endurance charge. You know, using a staff gives us access to easy endurance charge generation, power charge generation because we're block. There's just a lot of benefits to playing staff with Cyclone outside of just shockwave. You get the block, you can scale it up to 87% for, you know, spell and attack. You get fortify, you get a lot of juicy crit nodes using staff. You get but you get that with a lot of weapon types. Most importantly, you get the easy endurance charge generation with staffs, and you also get power charge generation because the more we block, the more we generate power charges outside of just using assassins. So it's just all nice things that synergize well. Yeah, the staff nodes are crazy good. I think some people will definitely sleep on that shit. Well, Reddit will say anything that isn't the meta build is shit. If it's not an S tier meta build, it's shit. That's pretty much gonna be the Reddit take on everything. It's almost kind of insane. Like when I make my post, I'll post my build update and I'll make a Reddit post on PoE builds, and I'll make a Reddit post on just the PoE Reddit. And on PoE builds, there's enough people I think that understand build concept stuff that like generally it's well received. But when I post my build, the same build, mind you, that everyone loves on PoE builds Reddit, and I post that on just the general PoE Reddit, the amount of people that just hate Cyclone as a skill or look down on it because that's just the community consensus, it's actually insane. Like they're just blinded by... It's almost like there's a ton of people that haven't even played Cyclone or don't even know what they're talking about, but they're so blinded by their hatred for a skill like that, or just going with whatever the popular streamer opinion is, that it's just like, alright, like... It's kind of wild the different takes I get between the two Reddits. Like, the two Reddits have, like, a very different, you know, vibe. Not starting anything, just generally curious to see how your opinion on Pub Gun rating your build as a B tier, and there are no S tier leagues. I think Pub Gun's rating was, like, kind of like where I land. I think I would put Cyclone more as, like, a high B tier, maybe low A tier once you scale it. But as, like, a pure league starter, if you're racking and stacking them, there's a lot of builds that are better than Cyclone. I play this build because I like the skill and I like the gameplay. But I can understand that if you want super zoomy stuff and you want, like, you know, screen wide AoE clear, then Cyclone's not going to appeal to you. But I think that if you, like, PubGun even mentions it in the video, like, Cyclone has good damage as a skill, especially after the buffs. And you can scale more movement speed and AoE, but in, like, a day 2 league start scenario, it's not going to be as good as other gems. So I get where he's coming from. His tier list is around, you know, how can I blow up my entire screen and move at, like, 300% movement speed on day 2. That's how he rates, like, that's how he looks at builds from a league start perspective. I look at builds like I'm going to play SSF, so I'm not dealing with the trade economy, and I like the gameplay of Cyclone. Like, it's fun. I like playing it. And I think it's fine as a league starter. I think especially if you want to play like trade, you can make tons of currency playing it. Maybe not like as much as, like, you know, whatever the meta is, but well, it's not that they're ignorant. Like, Shockwave is still really good during the camp. You got to remember, when we say league start build, there's a difference between league start build and a build concept, right, Chris? So when we say league start, most players are thinking about the first few days of a league, and then they're going to play whatever the meta is. Cyclone Shockwave is a perfectly good and expected, like, thing for a, you know, like a couple days as a league start build. you know, nobody, like, when you look at the amount of people that are going to scale the build to what we have in the endgame tree, it's going to be so little, it's even ridiculous. So it's like most people associate Cyclone with Shockwave because it is a good support. It's going to carry them through the campaign. It's going to help them with early mapping. And then when they generate some currency, they'll re-roll to whatever, you know. What do you mean very few people do what I said, though? Well, you know, like maybe a week, right? Like, there's a lot of people that do play a League Start build and then they re-roll another character. That's, I think, more common than you think. Probably a week, yeah. A lot of people, I think, that are pretty good at the game will play a League Starter for about a week or so and then they'll swap over. But even in a League Start scenario, like, Cyclone Shockwave is perfectly fine. Nobody's going to have the in-game POB in 9 days unless they're just like no lifing, not working, etc. So I think like to say Cyclone Shockwave they're ignorant. No, I think they're playing a League Starter character and they're going to play it for 5 days, 7 days, 9 days, and then when they generate their currency they're going to sink all that money into whatever the meta build is that's like super broken and OP. Unless the super broken OP meta build happens to be good from the very beginning, like Volcanic Snaking, and they just play it like all the way through. Why wouldn't they be playing Shockwave in at the end of week 1 or 2? Like, I know we don't have it in our level 90 or 96 POB, but it's not like a terrible support in comparison to alternatives. And a lot of people, you know, we drop it before red maps, but, you know, not everyone is going to play my Cyclone build. I do agree with you that I think there's maybe there's a little bit of ignorance, but like I don't know. Like I think Shockwave is better than what you're giving it credit for like a League Starter character that is going to stop playing. Like for someone playing the build as a League Starter, like I think it's better than what you're giving it credit for. Like I don't think someone that's League starting a character cares so much about min-maxing their damage to the degree that you do when they're just blasting Alkengo T16 maps to farm currency to swap over to another build. You know, these people aren't going to be doing juiced mapping on that build, right? They're going to be alking like regular maps and running T16s to do whatever the League mechanic is, and you don't need a lot of damage to do that in PoE. So it's just like I don't think like it's, you know, if you're doing like 100% Delirious T16.5 with a bunch of like shenanigans and stuff, then yes, you know, but you only need like 3 to 4 million damage to feel good in T16s. Our level 96 loadout has like almost 20 million damage on it. That's like insane overkill for a League starter doing just T16s. I mean, you saw it yesterday. I had a build in that SSF character that probably had like 1 million damage, and I was clearing T16s fine except for the bosses. So if you were to like quadruple the damage on that, I would just be blasting the T16 map bosses also at like 4 million DPS. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I think we need to disassociate League starter from our build. Like some people play skills, they like other player, whatever is good for the content they want to do, and both can be happy in PoE, yeah. Like if I'm on trade and, you know, I'm just blasting maps, I may not even care too much about like what my supports are on a character to that degree. If like I'm already doing T16s and blasting them, like Like from a min-max perspective, you're absolutely right. Like the gem falls off and it's better to use something else, but that's from like I think a min-max perspective where we're talking about, you know, stacking damage that's not necessary for running a T16. I would argue, I think you mentioned it yourself, Chris, like the level 96 loadout, you were already doing Uber Pinnacle bosses on it. Like it's more powerful than what I think the average person will sink into it for a league start, right? I think the level 90 POB is more indicative of where people will have a league starter Cyclone and then they'll swap to something else. Like I would say the level 90 POB is where people are going to, like that's where I could see someone pushing a build to before they swap over to like a meta thing if that's their intention. Like they wouldn't pick up a Lethal Pride for a League Starter Cyclone build. They wouldn't craft the kind of staff that we're using in that, you know, they wouldn't do a double combinate staff for a League Starter Cyclone build. They wouldn't do any of that stuff, you know. They're probably just going to buy like a 550 or 600 PDPS staff on trade and then just like 5-link it or 6-link it at best and call it a day. Where is this labyrinth at? Or is it, you know what, it was probably in the first tier, and I'm spacing. Cyclone isn't a league starter like any build that needs to change a bunch of gems in Act 3. Cyclone's 100% a league starter, what does that mean? There's like a ton of league starter builds that change. There's a lot of league starter builds that level a different gem and then swap over like in maps. So that's where you just have to, I guess, define like what is your term for league starter. Like in the community of PoE, a league starter build is something that you play in maps to generate currency for like the first week of the game. That's what most players define league starter as in PoE. It's not always indicative of, oh, I get this skill in Act 1 and I use it all the way through mapping. That's not how the community usually defines league starter. It's a build that I can generate money on the first week of the league. That is relatively easy to gear, and you don't have to sink a lot of money into it to be able to get up to, like, say, T16s. Yeah, I understand. I just think Shockwave has been so for so long that people just assume they have to go together. I think you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, I think that they've been lumped together for so long that people are unwilling to think about it the way you did and actually run the numbers and look at, oh, this is actually not as good as using something else. I think you're absolutely right. And they won't question it or run the numbers because it's like ingrained in their head, you know? So I 100% agree with that. For me, there are the most fun league starters. I want my first character to be able to scale and run whatever I want. Yeah, well, there's a difference between a build that can be a league starter and a build that people only use as a league starter. I think that's just definitions, right? Like, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'm just saying that within the PoE community, I think the consensus is when you say the term league starter, people are referring to a build that is cost effective, doesn't require much to get online, and you use it to farm currency, you know, your first week of the league, you know, pushes your Atlas, gets your 4 Void Stones, and, you know, helps you make money. I think that's how the overwhelming majority of the PoE community defines what a league starter is. You could say a league starter is something that, you know, you get the skill in Act 1 and you use it all the way through the game. That, you're not wrong. I'm just saying that I don't think that's the definition that the community, when they say the term league starter. I would just disagree with you and say that I don't think a league starter is only limited to the skills that you get in Act 1. I think there's leveling skills, if that's what you mean. So there's skills that you level with that, you know, you don't use. I think if that's what you're trying to say, then I understand what you're saying. Yeah. No, I think Fez hit it on the head. I think they mean leveling skills, like something you're only going to use during the campaign. and you wouldn't actually use it like and scale it into maps. That makes more sense to me. Trying to think of good examples. Like Spectral Throw to me is a skill, is like what I would call a leveling skill. You know, I don't see a lot of people playing Spectral Throw post-campaign. Thunder's a good example. I would also counter-argue, though, that Cyclone, like my build is actually the best definition of a League starter, because we swapped to Cyclone in Act 3 because that's when you get access to Cyclone. Like, you can't use a Cyclone in Act 1 or 2 because you literally can't get Cyclone in Act 1 or 2. And we actually, unlike a lot of builds that swap to Cyclone, say Act 6 or 7, we swapped to Cyclone. I just did it on this character. I've done it. You've seen me do it multiple times. We actually use Cyclone from the minute we get it in Act 3. So to me, it's the perfect definition of a League starter. You actually use it as soon as you have access to it in the game, and you use it all the way into the end game to kill the hardest content. Like, to me, it's like the truest expression of a skill that is a leveling skill. It's a skill that, you know, that you end up pushing all the way into the late game. There's not many skills in PoE that you literally start using right when you get it in the game or have access to it, and you can scale it all the way into like killing uber pinnacle bosses. And that's kind of cool that, you know, my build does that. There's a lot of Cyclone builds that have historically been like, oh, we'll start using Cyclone in like Act 6 or 7 or something, and we'll just play Sunder all the way through, you know? But one of the things I like about my build is you can do it like right when you get it, and it feels good, you know, and it just gets better and better as you play the campaign. Yeah. I think we're on the same wavelength there, Chris, on that one. I swapped to Cyclone ASAP. It's this guy I want to use, and of course I want to play it when I get it. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel too. Like, I want to use Cyclone as soon as I can, so... I used to, when I first made the build in 3.25, and I was promoting it, I used to swap to Cyclone in Act 6. I used to do the same thing. I used to play Sunder into Act 6, and then when I incorporated General's Cry into it in 3.26, that extra damage we were getting from General's Cry, I was like, I really can swap to Cyclone way earlier. It was actually one of the people that were playing the build, I forget who it was, but they were like, you know, you can just swap to General's Cry and Cyclone in Act 3, and the damage you get from the addition of General's Cry makes it feel really good. And I was like, let me try that out. And yeah, like, I was like, huh, they're right. Like, you totally can just swap to this setup in Act 3 and just start blasting through the campaign. I keep seeing people putting Blight to Dead Tier on their lists. Yeah, GGG kind of like, they didn't really take Blight out back and shoot it in the head, but they definitely roughed it up a bit. We have all of our stuff to do lab now, second lab, so that's good. We're gonna get that Slayer hole that's so good, that I love so much. It'll be interesting to see where the community lands on the economy and what farm strats turn out to be really good or not good. Onigoroshi farm? Oh my gosh. I had a friend that did that for like 7 hours one league. I was like, bro, that's crazy. There are people that just really love Blight out there, especially if oils go up in price. Granted, I'm not one of them. Blight's just kind of interesting because it's very chill, you know? So it's like, you just want to set up your stuff and kind of AFK farm money. It's not bad. Ooh, that bleed. Yeah, I'd be curious to see, like, crafting the belt, like how much money that goes for, because if it's like insanely popular and in demand, then yeah, I could see people farming Blight for it. I'm thinking good old early expedition for a bit. You're gonna do the expedition, huh? Not a bad way to go. 138 life. Holy moly. With 247 accuracy? What the heck? That's crazy.
Yes, there's an. Yes.
doubt even I could sell that.
You can craft movement speed on these boots, and that's 100 life that I currently don't have. It's like 70, 80 more life. It's pretty crazy.
Hello.
I'm seeing big creators make campaign videos. I've never seen them make them before after you made yours. Oh, really? You think there's some relation there to what we got going on? That's funny. That's kind of funny. Just proves we're the best audience. Who's making campaign leveling videos? I always get the lowest movement speed possible when I do this. But that's a kind of ridiculous amount of life. And it does kind of put our resistances in a happy place. Except for cold resist. Our cold resist is kind of shot. Fix it on this ring, I guess. And on the belt. Alright, that's a lot better. Really don't want to lose my blood rage, but just to drop faster attacks for now. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Minion guy, Gazzy? Oh. Alright. Let's finish up this act, I guess. What did he, what's he playing for his minion build? Was he just doing like Zoomancer? I feel like Zoomancer is kind of his like tried and true leveling build. It just says a minion build. That's so gazzy. Probably Zoom answer. I would suspect it's probably something like Zoom answer. Blight of Contagion, they're my favorite builds. Yours and Kai's. It's been so long since I played Blight.
Orb of Scouring.
The pops are satisfying. Yeah.
Orb of Fusion.
What's up? Hey, what's up, man? Long time no see. How's it going? Looking forward to seeing what you're cooked up. Going to be slotting in Holy Sweep and GC this time around for the memes. You think the shock's gonna make up for it? I'm a little. So a lot of people have talked about the holy stuff, and I'm just kind of like, because like our builds are so fizz focused, and we don't do LE damage conversion. I wonder what that's gonna feel like. You know, I think there's a world in which you maybe don't do impale and you do something with like some kind of LE conversion on your staff, or maybe you also stack like a flat lightning damage on your staff. So maybe instead of fizz hybrid, you go for like the highest increased fizz and add flat fizz, but then also have some lightning damage on there. I was kind of also maybe looking at maybe doing something with Holy Sweep. I just don't know how that's going to feel. I was actually... Dude, the Paladin though. The Paladin? Oh yeah, for sure. Not going to be better than Ground Slam with us being Fizz, but at least Cyclone could get... You know, I was also thinking too, Corbin, about like... Yeah, well, there's obviously, yeah, you got the Fizz to Lightning conversion, but also like, you know, Templar could be pretty interesting for a Cyclone builder, because we're on the left side of the tree still. We have access to all the staff nodes. You can still scale block. You can take advantage of a lot of the LE conversion on the top left side of the tree. So I was thinking about maybe making a second Cyclone build that's like a Templar that takes advantage, maybe Inquisitor, some of the crit stuff, like Battle Mage. But I am not sure yet. What do I want to do here? I'm going to go for some extra resistances because it's hardcore, so it's never a bad idea. Yeah, I might throw a POB together. I'm like so tired, dude. I've been doing these like campaign runs, and I work today too. But But maybe tomorrow I might just like do something on stream where I theory craft like a Templar Cyclone build. I'm enjoying these leveling runs though. I feel like I'm getting better at leveling the campaign. That was kind of my inclination too, is like doing maybe just a, you know, Holy Skill as my second character. Because I have a tendency to play 2 or 3 builds during a league. It's gonna be weird, man. Doing the new Atlas stuff. I feel like the campaign we can practice, but the Atlas is gonna be, I think, really good, but weird to try out for the first time. But it's probably satisfying. It's gonna feel good, I think. Keep my eyes peeled for what you cook. Yeah. Yeah, I did my Cyclone update video, but I might take a look at some Templar, Cyclone, Holy Skill shenanigan stuff. My plan is to play the new Shock Nova as a second build. I just want to see what they did to my Shockwave gem. Like, give me the info on Exceptional Shockwave. That's all I care about. Did they make it, like, kind of crazy and I'm going to actually run it in my build? I should practice leveling again. I go too slow in the first 3 acts. The first 3 acts are so critical, especially, like, on our build where we swap to Cyclone in Act 3. I'm still like really bad about having an efficient like Act 3 transition. Like today it took like 45 minutes to get through Act 3. We're starting what, Act 8 right now, and I'm 4.5 hours. What's my played right now? I'm 4 hours and 25 minutes into the character, and we just started Act 4 hours and 25 minutes into this character, and we just started Act 8. I guess that's not terrible, especially since I'm playing hardcore. Did I hear Exceptional Shockwave? Yeah, dude. So in the release of all the Shockwave stuff, there is like a Exceptional Shockwave gem is what it looks like, because it has the same art as the regular Shockwave. Love the mark text, so we have frenzy charges and boss fights. I actually updated my POB. I can show you real quick. So in the finalized version, I completely reworked my in-game tree with my buddy Chris, and we go all Cyclone now. We drop our General's Cry on the finalized build, so we're not even running GC. It's just a 6-link aura setup. And we also, we take this right here. We take the Expert Hunter with Mark Mastery, and that gives us our frenzy charges on fighting. But this was before the news dropped on the changes with the Mark tech, so because I can now apply the gem to that and get the frenzy charges, like, yeah. So I might be able to save these points right here on the tree. But this was how I was getting guaranteed frenzy charges on the build. Pre-announcement trailer and stuff. I should probably clear inventory. Garbage, garbage. Oh, we got to turn this in for a skill point. I think we'll work our way up to some additional life because it is hardcore. So damage is feeling pretty snappy right now. I do need a better weapon soonish. Had to go Strangle Grasp and Cogwork to get resist, attributes, and accuracy to work out. Yeah. Yeah, we have a completely different amulet and ring setup now too. Alright, this is my least favorite act. I say this every time. It's because I believe it and I mean it. And this is like my least favorite act in the campaign. I fucking hate Act 8 so much. I don't know why either. I think like it's not even that bad as like it used to feel, but keep the POV and took some pointers from my tree. We're still similar tree-wise, but I'm gonna stick with Mageblood instead of Rise Lothos. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about making like a speed variation of the build that drops Rise Lothos and runs Mageblood, and maybe even drops Stampede. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really. I'm one of those people where I don't really mind the movement speed with Stampede. I know that's a game changer or like a deal breaker for some people, but for me, it doesn't really bug me at all. But a lot of like my stuff is, you know, I like SSF. There's a good chance I'm probably going to start SSF. I haven't decided yet. And so the trade economy doesn't really mean anything to me. Yeah, and you'd have to probably drop Tumult. But for me, like, as an SSF Andy, like, maybe a hardcore trade Andy. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I feel like, the like, Stampede movement doesn't really bug me. That is the nice thing about playing SSF, it's just being completely unconcerned with the economy, and you can just chill and do whatever you want. Every day is just basically your own goals. That's what a lot of people told me, was you use the combination of the movement speed tailwind boots with Onslaught, and then you just run Mageblood. I do like the fact that by cutting Mageblood out of my finalized version of the build, that's just a lot of money that you can save and put towards the Strangle Grasp setup. Like, Strangle Grasp is going to be expensive with the Cogwork Ring setup, so some of the money that I would be sinking into Mageblood is going to go into that instead. Bro, I hate Act 8 so much. I despise this. Gotta be careful for chaos damage here. Could end very poorly.
I need a bath.
You can, once you get Mageblood, you can just feather through the map and GC clones up. Yeah. I think there's so many different ways that you can do an endgame setup.
Divination card.
Really, whatever you prefer. I think just because I'm not phased by the movement speed of Stampede, it just doesn't bug me. I do think that the build that we've come up with is going to be particularly good at Uber bossing. So I'm looking forward to without having the graphs. I think our impale damage, obviously, right? Graphs added so much to the build in 3.27. So I think one of the nice things that the in-game version we cooked up does is it's going to make Uber bossing feel pretty good, like Uber Pinnacle bossing. It's going to be a lot of damage. And I like where I got my build in 3.27, where I could run in and kill an Uber Pinnacle boss in 5 or 10 seconds. I do think like the Mageblood Feather setup is probably more preferred if you're going to spend more of your time just wanting to map, where you don't need that kind of crazy damage. Unless you're doing like some particularly dumb mapping like Chris was doing, where he was doing like 100% Delirious T17s and some crazy shit. In which case you probably need the damage. Well, you do need the damage to be that high. I'm also kind of rambling because I am brain dead exhausted right now. Oh, yeah. I will say this, Corbin. I really appreciate the shout out that you did in 3.27 when you made your version of the build. Yeah, there were some people that I think straight up took some of the concepts and ideas and ran with it and marketed it more like their own thing. And I also feel that, like, the truth is I've noticed this because I've been working on the build for a couple years now. The more people that put good ideas together, the better it's going to be, you know? So I think the more content creators that want to play Cyclone and add their ideas to the pool and their iterations to make it better is just a net positive for the community as a whole. And it's one thing if you take someone's build as a concept and then you give it your own iteration. It's another thing when you quite literally just copy paste what somebody else does and then sell it as your own. So I appreciate it, man. But I do feel that, like, the more people that get interested in Cyclone, like, a lot of the reasons why the build is looking so good for 3.28 is because Chris put a lot of time and testing into it, or Max on YouTube. And then there's just been several other people in the community that have contributed, like, great ideas and suggestions to making the build better. And so it's very much a community project at this point. And I'm fortunate to have people interested in the build. I feel like I came up with a good concept 2 years ago, but it's only good right now to the degree it is because of the amount of people that have put their heads together and come up with some pretty good ideas. I just want to live in a world, man, where, like, the stigma about Cyclone goes away and more people think it's a fun skill versus, like, a meme thing that gets shit on every league. I feel like every league it's like, oh, people want to play Cyclone, what a terrible skill. And I'm like, it ain't that bad, man. Like, there's, like, this stigma. We were talking about this earlier. It's just like there's this ingrained consciousness within the PoE community that just they treat Cyclone as just this, like, terrible skill, and I'm like, man, it's not that bad. It's actually kind of fun if you give it a shot. It's a one button, just like, you know, one button with a movement skill, basically. Yeah, that's pretty cool that Pub gave me a shout out. I dropped him a thank you in his comment section on the video. Was C tier before? Yeah, and also, I mean, Cyclone has been buffed 2 leagues in a row, right? I wasn't expecting it to get buffed this league. I was kind of hoping it would get another buff, because I feel like it still needs a little bit of love. But they did buff it in 3.26 and 3.27, and so I think that's added a lot of value to it. I'm a newish player. I was told Cyclone is a softcore skill, just not really viable at HC. Well, I'm playing at hardcore SSF in a private league right now, so I don't know. You have to make that decision yourself. I actually started 3.27 playing hardcore SSF on my Cyclone build. No, I hear you, Corbin. Yeah, and I would agree. If you went back to like 3.25 prior to the buffs, it did feel very C tier, right? Like the buffs for in the last year have made Cyclone a lot better, and then, you know, adding General's Cry as a damage support. One of the biggest problems with Cyclone is this isn't true so much now, but it was true like a year plus ago. Cyclone just didn't have a lot of damage early on, and so you needed some way to bolster the damage. That's why Shockwave was so good. Then when, you know, Jung kind of popularized General's Cry in the first Farisha League as a setup, I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool idea. I'll incorporate that into the build in 3.26. And by doing that, that gave the build such a damage boost to help it push. It made Cyclone just feel good while you were leveling, you know? But I would like them to buff Cyclone to a point where I don't need to run like Shockwave or a complete other Link setup to make it feel good, you know? Like, I would like to just run Cyclone through the campaign and mapping, and it just be a good skill. Like, that's the world I would like to get to. And I don't have to feel compelled to throw Shockwave in there or run GC or something. Thank you, Abandoned, for the resub. 4 months, man. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, a hype train. We're gonna go for some extra life here. When I play hardcore, I prioritize life a little bit more, obviously. Oh, they enjoy melee meta, right? If it slams, they're all for it, right? You know, volcanic snaking. Although, volcanic snaking was incredibly broken. Thank you for the hype train, guys. It's crazy. Yeah, if it's like, you know, volcanic or earth shatter or whatever, they're all for it, you know. That's the kind of melee they want to play. They just hate, they hate Cyclone. And Cyclone does have problems early on, don't get me wrong, you know. 10 community subs abandoned. Wow. Crazy. Thank you. That's what started the whole thing. Sorry, I'm like, I'm so exhausted right now. I'm powering through this. It probably wasn't the brightest idea to play hardcore after 4 hours of sleep and work all day, but I just kind of felt like doing another campaign run and seeing how the build plays. I'm really surprised that KB is still a thing. I am really, really surprised that KB dodged that bullet. I think because maybe they made a whole Wand League, they don't want to instantly nerf it, you know? But still. They were mentally damaged by Cyclone. I mean, the truth is Cyclone in Legion was insane, you know? So if you played it in Legion and you remember what it was like, I can see why there's that in the back of your head, but like, it's still a good skill. It's not like, hey, thanks Corbin, I appreciate it, man. And like, but it's still a good skill. Thanks for the follow, Necro. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, sometimes no though. Like Volcanic had its moment for like 1 league, right? And they just took it out back and triple tapped it. So I'm not sure if that's always the logic. I mean, they completely wrecked Volcanic for 3.27. Oh, I had the Prusa League? That is true. You're not wrong. Yeah. That is a good point. Alright, let's see here. I have pretty good life rings. I guess this cold damage ring. Thanks, Chiquita, for the prime. Thank you. Thank you guys for the support today. And the follow. Alright, whatever. Let's just do this. Grab a little bit more life. 3k life, that's pretty good. I do want to see an AoE increase for it early on. Was a little rough missing. Something I've been doing that I don't have my POB Corbin is, and I'm going to do it actually probably now that I have a decent amount of life on this HC character, is I've been coming over here and taking Assured Strike early on with just regular Cyclone. So these 3 points right here with the Mastery for another 0.3 meters actually makes your Cyclone feel pretty good. I've tested this on stream a few times in the past week on multiple campaign runs and characters, and this like little cluster right here I think helps Cyclone out a lot till you go Tumult and Stampede. And I'm probably gonna update it in my POB for like the level 77 loadout. I think it's worth it until you go Tumult. I'll actually be putting my next several points into that cluster. I was just rounding out some additional life here and some resistances because it's, you know, hardcore. But yeah, I don't know how long you're going to stick around. Probably in the next 30 minutes I'll have those points and you can see what it does to base Cyclone, or you could always just look at the VOD later. But it's pretty good. Like it makes it feel like when you leave, I basically do it right before I finish the campaign, and when you start getting into maps it feels really good. You're like, okay, I can map with this for a while, you know? Because I do things a little bit differently in hardcore, too. The other thing I do is, because I have some armor evasion bases, and we are running a wavering stance, I do pick up iron reflexes after I grab this too, just so I can get a bit of the value of the evasion on the gear. Hype train is completed, 13 gift subs. Thank you guys. The support the past week has been amazing. It's very humbling. What imbued gem options are you looking at? Was going to use Fortify on Tumult. Yeah, Fortify is my #1 right now. My concern with using Fortify is it's going to make the mana cost of Cyclone go up. I think the way I'm going to offset on that on my POB is because I'm using a Cogwork ring with Calandras. I'm probably going to replace the resistance roll that's benchcraft on it with channeling has mana cost reduction. That will offset the 7 link that we get with Fortify. And then I'm going to have to figure out the resistances some other way, because that's going to put me like around 60% on fire and chaos resistance on my current loadout. But I think Fortify is the best because it gives us a nice damage boost. Even at level 1, it gives us our fortification. It makes it so that we don't have to run the Overlord cluster jewel. So that's kind of where my head is too. I just haven't, I am very against like putting out any kind of POBs or any information that I haven't tested. So I talk a little bit about it in my build video. I talk a little bit, like my build update video, I talk a little bit about using Fortify. So I did mention it in the video. But I won't actually put out like a POB or do anything like that until I've like either it's 100% accurate or I've tested it out myself. Because I don't like leading people astray. There's a lot of new players that use my POBs, and I don't want to. I usually don't like, you know, even if we like say they drop the exceptional shockwave cyclone. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Say they drop exceptional shockwave support info this week prior to league start, and I can sim it in POB and see whether it's, you know, actually viable post my 96 loadout. I won't actually make a POB and put that out until I've tested it in game and see how it feels, because I don't want to. That's why my build update is strictly like 3.27 viable. And yeah, it also provides me with a little bit of coverage, because I don't want to be like, this is a great idea, and then like it doesn't work out to be a great idea, and it's like, yeah. sometimes you do stuff in POB and it numerically looks good, but then when you play it in game, it feels pretty shit. A good example of this is like, I used to try to like, I used to play like Ignite stuff, right? You know, like say with Arc as a delivery system or whatever. And POB will tell you, oh, like you have, you know, 6 million Ignite DPS. And you're thinking, wow, you know, 6 million Ignite DPS is the equivalent, it should be the equivalent of like 15 to 20 million hit damage, right? And then you play it in game and it sucks. And you realize, oh, I actually need to be, you know, basically, what's the term I'm looking for? Dot capped, you know? Like, I actually need 30 million or 32 million dot DPS for this to actually feel good. Because even with like 6 or 8 million dot DPS, it doesn't feel great at all, like when I do a boss. But POB will make you think it looks good until you actually play it in game. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, sometimes POB will make something look really good, but until you actually test it and play it in game, you don't know if it actually feels good. And I'd rather play something that feels good, that isn't numerically maybe as, you know, whatever, as something that, you know, looks great in POB but plays like shit in the game. Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning, and I was even considering doing it myself this league start. I just don't know. I don't know if, like, how much I'm going to have to change. A lot of my early leveling is based on using Bleed with Sunder to get through, like, Act 1 and 2. It's not going to really synergize well with Sweep. But it might be worth fun. It might be fun to test out, like, maybe pre-camp or post-campaign. When, I'm no longer, playing Bleed, or, you know, I might be able to do something with it. Ooh. Let's not die right now. This is where, like, when you're exhausted and you're trying to multitask and you realize, oh, I can't multitask, play hardcore on 4 hours of sleep. Sweep will be endgame at crit swap. Yeah. I don't think it would even be worth using during the campaign. But once you start scaling crit, I could definitely see that. Alright. Probably time to go do lab. Trying to go for what? Like some crazy numbers, like 50% shock? Yeah. Alright. Let's go do lab. Interesting. I might test it out when I'm in the 90s and I'm running with like my 96 loadout.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter,
Yeah, but you can roll off LE Reflect. I I think what Chris is talking about is like, say there's a modifier like, you know, monsters have 70% chance to avoid elemental ailments, right? And then you're doing like explicit modifiers on your Atlas strategy. Well, then your build is bricked with that mod because you're not shocking anything. So I think that's kind of like what he's getting at, is there's some other modifiers besides just LE Reflect that make LE builds feel bad, and then you now have to worry about those in conjunction with like, you know, say a mod that increases their chance to block your attacks or gives them insane fizz damage reduction or etc. Now you've got like just twice as many mods that you have to worry about, you know, versus just running a fizz setup and you don't have to worry about any of the elemental stuff. And I mean, you can solve a lot of that by just how you roll your maps, but it just might mean that you have to spend more currency rolling your maps if you're doing like super juice endgame content. But you know, you also get to play the new holy skill, which is fun. So at the end of the day, I'm a big proponent of playing whatever you think is going to be fun. And maybe it's not as great or it's as good or whatever it might be, but if you're having fun doing it, I mean, why else are you playing the game? The whole point's to have fun. That's why I do the same thing I want to do, which is usually play my Cyclone. I don't really care if people think it's B tier, C tier, D tier. I don't know. I have fun playing it. I make changes to the build as I see fit based on how it feels in game and what I'm trying to do with the build. And at the end of the day, if I'm having fun, then I'm happy with what I'm doing. Because this is a game that I do to enjoy my free time when I'm not at work or whatever else I got going on. I'd be interested to see how it works out for you, because I think once you go crit, it'd be interesting. I do think that like I really was thinking, like I was playing around with the idea of doing some kind of Templar or Cyclone build with GC and going all in on the holy LE conversion damage. I did in 3.27 like an LE Warden, and it was okay. It had really good damage, but its defense was terrible compared to Slayer. And I think that I might be able to build like a Templar that's full fizz to LE conversion, playing with the new holy skills and Cyclone. That feels really good, and it will have the benefit of I'll be able to scale it and make it tanky like Slayer, because you know, block and everything on the left side of the tree. The gem swap at the end of the day, and you're still, yeah, there's no reason not to. The whole point of adding new stuff to the game is testing it out too. So I think for me, more my creativity is in me seeing what the new exceptional gems are and how it augments the build, and playing around with different stuff like that. My understanding is the exceptional gems are going to be, I don't want to say build changing, but they're going to be more than just like a buffed version of the other gem. So I'll be curious to see like how interesting these new exceptional gems are, and if there's some synergy that I can do with the current build that, you know, maybe fills a hole in the build that currently exists, like AoE or something. Yeah, transformative. We'll see, right, once we have the actual gem information, whether that's just post-league or, you know, we'll see how transformative it really is. But yeah.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep heroes navigating.
I can't wait to get Cole. I'm so happy right now. Let's freaking go, dude.
The journey ascendant.
Alright, moment of truth, guys. Do we get ground slam of earth shaking? I believe. I'm beginning to believe. I'm beginning not to believe. I'm very sad.
Need some help.
129 life is kind of crazy, actually. Dude, that's so much life. But it doesn't have a suffix, and that's a lot of lightning resistance to lose, but still, that's like a lot of life, dude. A lot of life.
Gone.
Do I try to roll this thing? I'm gonna hold on to it for now, we'll see. My HP is actually pretty decent for just finishing the campaign at this point.
See you.
I'd like maybe another 300 HP, but it feels pretty good where it is. Let's go finish up Act 8. Oh, I did skill point quest, but I haven't done this stuff. I'm like exhausted, so this was more like just do a leveling campaign run. I might do a bit of mapping on this, we'll see. But it's 10 o'clock right now. I'm on 4 hours of sleep from the night before, and I have to be up at 5 tomorrow morning to go work. So I don't think this is going to be a 2-stone run. I think this is going to be a just finish the campaign kind of thing. Because for me to try to do 2 stones, it's like probably another 3 hours. Like at the way I play the game, because I'm not like a speedrunner, right? It's probably like 3 to 4 hours of additional time on top of me finishing the campaign to try to get it done. Oh, you're asking how does it feel to get 2 stones on this? It feels pretty fine. Yeah, feels good. Act 8, man. It's the worst act in the game. So it plays a lot like RF in the sense that you make a circle and kill stuff. The only difference is RF you activate right and then you don't have to do anything. You actually have to hold the skill ability, right? So you have to actually use Cyclone. But it's very much like RF, like you do a circle and kill stuff. And then you have your movement skills. So it's a very similar kind of thing. I will say this build does a lot more damage than RF for a lot less money, right? So where RF, right, the benefit is you literally just like can just run around and kill stuff. You don't have to do anything but a movement ability if you want. You have like one extra button with this build, the actual skill. But this build's going to have a far higher, like you're going to do far more damage for way less investment on something like this than RF. What RF gives you is the ultimate comfiness that you can get in PoE. So that's kind of the difference. Yeah, this will be my league starter. Played Cyclone the last time in Legion League. Welcome back to the fold, brother. Yeah, it's fun, man. It's chill. I mean, as you can see, I'm playing it on hardcore SSF right now, getting through Act 8. I might do a little bit of mapping tonight just to kind of see what the build looks like post-campaign on hardcore. People are interested in that. Yeah, no problem. I'm planning on doing like an actual in-game staff one, but that's probably going to be like in the next week. I think most players are going to be concerned with making a starter in-game weapon and the chest, which is why, excuse me, I did those 2 videos in advance of the league. I don't think most players are going to have the currency to be able to craft like the in-game weapon till at least week 2. I know I won't, so I might have it end of week 1. I'm pretty efficient if I play trade. I would like to automate my mark with mark on hit. That would be pretty dope. Get that online. Alright, I think we're ready to go finish Act 8, start Act 9. I have a bit of gold. Do I want to... I think I wait till Act 9 to make a better staff. Yeah, I think that's the play.
Stay out of the shadows.
You're in a group SSF league, so a lot of essence farming in your future? Yikes. Yeah. Alright guys, we're almost done with the worst act in the campaign. Been playing this character for like a little over 5 hours now, so it's not too bad for SSF hardcore. At least until the patch hits. Yeah, we'll gamble. I'll see how my damage feels when I get close to the end of Act 9. I suspect I'll want a better weapon by then, but we'll see. Alright, let's see how the bossing goes here. Usually gamble in Act 4 or 5 and get through the campaign with my weapon. Yeah. I mean, I have a pretty, like, it's not terrible. It's like 250 PDPS, but I kind of like to go into maps with a weapon that's around 350 PDPS, so if I can get, like, something that's around 350-ish, it just, to me, feels a little bit better getting into maps. I have far better gear on this character right now than I did yesterday. Like, my life and resistances and everything are just so much better than yesterday's run. Bum 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 bum.
Oscar. Blessings.
Oh, you must.
Alright. Onward and forward. Let's see, we just finished. We're 5 hours and 8 minutes in, starting Act 9. Not too shabby. I project that we'll be about 30 or 40 minutes longer than our run yesterday, but considering it's hardcore, and I'm trying to not die, I think that's not too bad. Ezomite staff. Hold on, wait a minute. Look forward to never having to chisel again. Yeah, dude. I wonder if they're gonna let us keep our chisels on standard the way we've kept old currency. I would suspect so. Thinking about doing this build in SSF hardcore. How solid is it? 1 to 10? Is this the best bang a buck for your Cyclone build? I mean, I'm playing it right now, and this is an SSF hardcore private league that I made today for this character, for this test. So, I mean, you can just look at it and gauge whether you think it looks good or not from your own experience. I think it plays fine. I'd give it, like, probably a 7 or 8 out of 10. I think there's far better builds to play in hardcore SSF, but I think it's pretty good. What's up, Dean? Welcome to the stream. You get sextons back in the form of astrolabes. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's fairly defensive. We're running Purity of Elements, which was a change I made to the build, and for 3.28, we run that through the campaign now, and we actually use that all throughout the character for elemental ailment immunity, as well as having Fortify and Infused Channeling as supports on Cyclone. So, you know, you feel pretty tanky. Plus, we've got some leech from the skill tree right now. I'm good, and I hope you are too. Today I make some test runs from Act 1-5 to get faster. It's always good to work on your leveling speed. I think I've gotten better. My run yesterday was the best I've done so far. 5 hours and like 20-something minutes for the whole campaign. What kind of DPS will I have in a week? Well, if I'm playing trade, I'll probably have close to 15 to 20 million damage easy in a week. I'll have my level 96 POB, pretty much. If I'm playing SSF, maybe 10 to 15 million, depending on how hard I grind. I do have the disadvantage of not being able to take a lot of vacation time next week, so I'll have Friday through Sunday to play the character, like no life, and then after that, I'll have to play around my work schedule. So, you know, I'm not a full-time streamer. I'm just a guy who shares ideas in his free time. So, I won't be able to push a build as far as some other people might within the first week. But on trade, you can go pretty far, even if you have to work and do other stuff. Okay. That sounds good. It depends so hard when what I find in Act 1 to get it through it. Yeah.
You did it.
That chess piece, though. Interesting.
Be careful, you know.
You still play Cyclone for the rest of the league? Yeah, I play my Cyclone throughout the entirety of the league, and I'll keep improving upon it. Yes, I find direct unique boots with 20 movement speed from Hillock. Damn. Yeah, that's insane. Insane find. Could have been a divine. I played for 13 years and Hillock never drops unique. Yeah. Ooh. Try not to die because I'm looking at chat. Thanks, Deed, for the follow. Alright, so if you're still around Corbin, this is what Cyclone looks like with that cluster, or that cluster on the skill tree. So it gets a little bit larger. And then once we get our third Ascendancy for impact, it'll look pretty good when we're doing our mapping. So I think it's worth the points investment early on just to make Cyclone a little bit better. What is going on with the internet? Yeah, this is not even with impact right now. Also, I don't know what's going on with my latency, but probably about to lose this character. Just want to get the waypoint and then I can reset the zone. Oh my gosh. What is going on? That's crazy. I don't know what's going on with my latency right now. And then it just went away. I'm playing the true hardcore, guys. I'm playing true hardcore right now. Then like an extra layer of deadliness. My ISP is trying to kill me while I play the game. probably in a situation where if I could get 2 green on the staff, we could start running a mark on hit setup. But I don't really want to color the staff when I'm probably going to replace the staff soon. So
Who wins?
oh, let's be careful here, because I will die to these dumb saw blades. Okay, cool. Honestly, damage is feeling pretty okay right now, so I'm just going to push to Act 10, and I think I'm going to just vendor for staffs right before I do Katava.
Here I go again.
Medium cluster jewel.
I don't know why, but I always kill this guy. Like every time I'm in this zone, it's like a thing I do. Redeemer 10% chance to gain frenzy charge on hit. I thought with the new gem tech, we're able to I guess there isn't a way to generate frenzy charges, huh? How I know you mentioned earlier with the new imbued gems getting frenzy charge generation with Mark. How does that work? Because I kind of like the way my skill tree solves it for me right now, because then I can keep all the mods on the chests. But I guess my question would be, is there a way with the new imbued gems to get frenzy charge generation from a link setup? I'd probably look at that first. I'm not opposed to the idea. Well, I think it's the apply additional curse that you also get from Hunter that you'd have to give up. I think I'd be more concerned with that, because then I have to give up one of my annoyance. But I guess on our final setup, we could just put Whispers of Doom on Strangle Grasp as one of our 4 annoyance. And then you don't have to worry about the Hunter mods on the chest. And then you do save all those points on the tree, because it is like a, what, 6 or 7 point investment to get the mark set up for Frenzy Charge. Those spider guys scare me more than the actual boss here. They do such an insane amount of fizz damage. They're actually terrifying. Yeah, the scorpions. Dude, they do so much, like... They do, like, an insane amount of fizz damage. Alright, Act 10. Yay.
I see.
Worst possible chest. Or staff, I should say. Alright.
Ban. Now the
Alright, let's talk flasks for a second. Let's get our flasks situated here. Alright, flasks are looking better.
For freedom.
I think I'm gonna wait a few more levels before I gamble for staff, because I want to have like a higher item level on the staff when I do so. We're just gonna complete most of the act, I should say, and then probably right before I go do lab, we'll we'll gamble for some staffs and see what we got. Let's go do skill point quest down here first. Better to do the Mark Mastery, yeah. I appreciate you, crunching the numbers. It's always good to test out something. Oh, dragon scale. Crazy. I remember when that was goated. Gambled a Gambled a 2 to 4 staff at level 70 my test for today. Can't remember the exact numbers, but nice. Won 197% double fizz roll. Insane. That's crazy. What do you think about that new belt, Corbin, the unique? Mage Blood solves a lot of problems, so it wouldn't be worth, I think, swapping for. But the shrine stuff is kind of crazy to think about. All hits crit, yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Orb of Scouring.
Yeah, the new belt's pretty crazy. I think something I didn't put in my PUB, I think we were talking about this earlier, maybe. No, we were talking about sweep stuff. I think running a corded belt, like I think running a cord belt with the extra anoint over a Stygian is what I'd like to do for my level 90 and 96 loadouts, and then I would swap to Rise Lothas, or you would go like Mage Blood or something for like the in-game setup. But I think like a cord belt with an additional anoint and some synth mods could be pretty crazy as a mid-game belt. Yeah, the one that you can anoint basically. Like you just run that, you know, as you're finishing your Atlas and stuff like that. Like you get the additional anoint and then just your standard mods on the belt. Pretty nice. Well, I think just a regular cord belt with the anoint in and of itself is going to be good. And then if you wanted to, you could like, you know, take it to that level. You know what I mean? But I'll take an extra anoint over an Abyss Jewel socket any day of the week. 115 life and chaos resistance and fire resistance? Bro, what is this amulet, dude? That's like 85 more life. I gotta figure out intelligence, but shit, that's crazy, dude. What is with the gear on this run? It's crazy, dude.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Alright, that's definitely gonna hurt my intelligence, but we can fix that by grabbing 3 points and going in here. Picking this up right here. And I can slot this bad boy on. Dude. Let's go, dude.
I've heard go well, exile.
Alright. Let's go ahead and vendor some staffs and see if we get anything interesting.
Hello, hello, hello. Could do worse, exile. Well.
I guess we can do the good old benchcraft here. Let's see. Rustic sash. Check vendor. And I should have an essence for this.
Fine day for exploring. Greetings. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Ooh, we have a regal. Oh, dudes, we can craft something here. Let's go augment. 31% increased crit chance. Regal. Crit multi. Alright, let's throw a flat fizz on this thing. Damn, I don't have 4 chaos. I guess we're gonna have to do this tier. It's a 300 PDPS staff. It's a little bit better than what I currently have. It's not awful. I guess that's fine for going into the camp or mapping with. Alright, and then we just need some additional intelligence. How far am I off? Yeah. So we gotta craft that on something. Where am I at with my resistances? I'm pretty over on fire. Yeah, and some quality left to go too. It's not terrible. Where can I squeeze in some extra intelligence? I guess I gotta sacrifice some cold resist. Damn, I really don't want to do that. Yeah, alright. It is what it is. Oh, can I not do it on a belt? can do it on ring for sure. Is that gonna be enough? Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Alright, and I might also be able to... That's gonna be good for now. Is the base radius... Nah, it's like a slight nerf, but it doesn't matter. We use Shockwave until we get to, we use Shockwave until we get to level, around 90 when you have a 5 link. Probably actually your 80s when you have a 5 link, and then it's going to start to fall off and you drop it anyways. Let's grab a couple ground slam gems in case I get lucky in lab. Alright, I'm going to go and pull up lab notes just so I have that. I want to go left to Bizarro. Oh, I forgot to spec into Rise Lotha, so this could be tragic.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. The essence of empire must be
That slam though.
wise. Everyone recognizes that life and empire are the same.
That's a flask.
Okay, then we're gonna go red again. That's our first map, guys. First map.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt, those who cement strength.
Swords? Yikes. Alright.
Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Alright, let's take a look here. There is a dark shrine in this room, and then we want to head left. Probably dark shrine this way. Ooh, always crit? Okay. Alright, we need to find the dark shrine. I already found the dark shrine. I'm tripping. Alright, lefts. Twice blessed, let's go.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep
Alright guys, here we go. 2 chances. Not that lucky, guys. We're not that lucky. Alright. Time to go finish up Act 10.
What's going on?
Alright, so we're about a little over 6 hours into the character. A little bit longer than my non-hardcore run, but pretty good, honestly, I think, for hardcore SSF. For me, at least. You can see that Cyclone looks really nice with the additional points on the tree for the AoE. Alright.
I do love this stick of
Defenses, my cold resist will be a little bit undercapped when we get to maps. I'm a banner believer, but I get it. Yeah. It's not that banner's not bad, it's just like, I was kind of the same way, but like the nice thing about rescaling without of it is like when I go into an Uber Pinnacle boss and I want to kill it in 5 or 10 seconds, I'm just not going to have banner on the onset, right? So it loses its value in that regard. Like we're just trying to kill the boss as quickly as possible. Okay. Warlord's Mark is free endurance charges and map, good for hardcore. Yeah, I probably should have used Warlord's Mark. My plan is still, and I'll have it shortly, I just gotta spec the next couple points in here. But we'll get our endurance charges from smashing strikes, but it would have been nice during the campaign. Would have been really helpful. Alright guys, so that was hardcore SSF leveling of the build. It took us 6 hours and 10 minutes, which is about 45 minutes longer than my... It's about 45 minutes longer than my SSF run yesterday. But it's hardcore, so I took a little bit of time just to kind of make sure I felt good through the campaign. Not too bad. Takes that long to get to Act 4? Yeah. I think we'll do some mapping for a bit. Resistances should be okay with purity once we're in maps. Yeah, I did a 5-hour and 20-something minute run yesterday on just regular SSF private league testing. So, wasn't that bad. I kind of would like to see about pushing 2 stones on this guy, but I just don't have the time. I gotta be up for work in like 6-7 hours. I'll map a little bit on this guy, and then I'll cut the video up and post it on YouTube for the SSF hardcore run. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. With work this week, it's just gonna be hard for me to play that much after work, but... Everything but shipyard. Okay. Yeah, my average is about 6 hours. I was a little bit quicker yesterday because I was pushing hard because, you know, I didn't care if I died occasionally. Yeah, if I can do 5.5 hours or less on Friday like I did yesterday, I'd be very happy with myself. So yeah, you guys are looking at first map, hardcore solo self-found.
Divination card. Cha-ching. What's the useless piece of shit?
It's that freaking chaos rare, dude. Like, that guy was nasty. The one that spawns the shards under you.
Hello.
Old Breach. Old Breach. Rest in peace, Old Breach. Rest in peace. Sweet summer child. That scream though. Terrifying.
Hello.
Let's see if I can fix the colors on my staff. I'd like to get double mark. I just need to be able to fit another green over here. I don't know if I can hit 2 green, and I have exactly 25, so yes, I can. Just like that. Put her Desecrate in there. Blood Rage. This means Leap Slam gets faster attacks back and Poacher's Mark. Nice. Nice. Alright. Core map, that should be fine. This should be fine. You weren't lying, single target seems good for early mapping, and I especially like the relaxed gameplay. Yeah, it's like I said, it's pretty chill, and keep in mind, this is SSF hardcore. On trade, you'll have access, you know, to cheap, you know, chaos rares and things like that. You'll be able to eventually get like a 5-link weapon and chest pretty easy. You know, I might not even see a 5-link on this character if the SSF gods don't favor me. Red Beast. Yikes. Oh, is it Consecrated Ground? I don't think I'm gonna spend all day fighting that guy. Uber Red Beast? Yeah, it was ridiculous. Oh, I have blue on weapon. I can fit a Frostpunk back in. That'd be dope. Double Beast. They're not T0, but they are T3 for Stampede. Yeah, the Stampede usually sells for about a divine, maybe 2 divines, and Replica sells a little bit cheaper. Typically what the prices for them look like.
Orb of Scaring. Cha-ching. That's a class. That's a class. That's a class. That's a class.
So it doesn't really matter day. Like the goal of Replica Stampede or Stampede is to be able to let you use Cyclone of Tumult. Ideally, you'll want a Stampede boots because the CDR is nice for travel skills. You will notice it. But just to get the build online and start playing with Cyclone of Tumult, I would buy the cheapest thing you can get, and it's probably going to be a Replicas. was kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. We were sending it on that fight, whether we lived or died. Yeah, we've tested it in Delve, and it went to about 1,000. Did up to about 900, relatively easy. To get it going in SSF just depends on the boots. I've gotten the boots day 1 of SSF runs that I've streamed. I've gotten them like day 6. It just really depends on, you know, RNG. I've done some SSF runs, like my first test SSF character from a week ago that was in my build update video. I played it for a week and I never saw the boots, and I had to finish off 4 stones with no tumult, just regular Cyclone. So it can be very RNG.
Orb of alteration. That's a blast. That's a blast.
So I wait for NeverSync to update his filters, which is usually the morning of the league, and then I update mine afterwards. So I'll have the filters Friday morning before league start. Also, Rip Toxic Sewer. Yeah, you can totally do 4 stones without Tumult. I did it on stream in the last week on my first SSF tests, prepping for 3.28. What do you usually change about your filters? Just add good bases? Yeah, so essentially it's just looking for items while I level, like seeing the staff bases and things like that, seeing certain armor bases that I want. What would you rate your Slayers in terms of survivability compared to Jug? I know they are from different base classes, just wondering. Jug is always going to be tankier. It's just going to do less damage. We're about to get a little bit tankier though, because my next skill point is going to be Endurance Charge Generation. So when you play staffs, there is a node called Smashing Strikes on the skill tree, and that gives you Endurance Charge Generation whenever you crit with a staff, and we do that pretty reliably on this build, so yeah. The link bot is using 214. It shouldn't be using 214. I would double check, did I accidentally put Pulverize on the level 100 setup too? So this node right here, guys, Smashing Strikes, 10% chance to gain Endurance Charge on melee critical strike. This is basically going to enable us to have pretty free Endurance Charge generation. I think it's for mapping purposes, right? I have it on there. We can fix that later.
What have you got? Happy
What are the chances that I YOLO and Exalt on this and I hit the Flat Fizz? I'm just going to send it. Why not? RIP. That's okay though. It's still a better staff. We need some chromies though, so I can put green on here. So if you look at my character now, you can see I just have constant max frenzy charges or endurance charges, and that's thanks to that one notable smashing strikes. Basically, when you're doing the campaign, you want to skip regular mobs. You only want to kill magic packs if you can help it, and then if you can kill a rare pretty quickly, it's worth it. Otherwise, you want to ignore the rare. When I'm leveling, I don't really grind in spots. So, like, I did a little bit of grinding once or twice because I was feeling like I needed the levels. I was like, there were instances where I was like 7 levels behind the zone. So, like, I grinded like a couple levels in docks for 5 minutes and etc. But, like, mostly, for the most part, I don't really grind when I'm leveling. You instant kill unique mobs under 20% HP too. The way our Ascendancy works is we kill all enemies 20% or lower life. It doesn't matter what they are, rare, magic, regular. If they're 20% or lower life, we just kill them instantly as Slayer. Oh no, you're fine. Yeah. That's the crap that will kill you right now. I don't have the freaking, I don't have like chaos resistance. That shit will just destroy you. 100%. The build was tested in 3.27 and it went to up to 1000 delve.
Greetings.
Try it in Twitch, Chris. If you post it in Twitch, I can make a command real quick in Nightbot so we can just do that to the video. No, I'm just saying if you, yeah, if you do it, then I can make a command so that way I have to fix YouTube, I guess. Let's see, Nightbots. All right, go ahead and try doing the delve command now, and see if that pulls up the link in YouTube. I did it in both YouTube or Twitch, so.
That's fast.
You know what? Let me add the preface preface to it too. 1000 delve with cyclones, just so it looks a little bit better. Okay, so now if I do this, there we go. Cool. Oh wow, thank you, Spiral. Yeah, I have notifications turned off right now because I'm recording this video for YouTube while I stream, but I appreciate it.
Hello.
Reduced mana cost of attacks is not exclusive with reservation efficiency on helmet implicits. We can now run Fortify and View quite easily. We just lose the minor vuln effect implicit. Gotcha. That's pretty good to know. So we can save those points on the tree. Do me a favor, Chris, if you're going to work on the POB, I know you will anyways, but if you can drop it in the admin channel Discord, because we can I can update the links later when we're done with it.
World of Skelly.
Okay. I'm really keen on trying this out in hardcore trade. I just love the playstyle of Cyclone and Frostblink with Stampedes. Yeah. I mean, you're seeing it right now in this hardcore SSF test, and I have like crappy gear, you know? 1 4-link and 1 3-link. Or 2 4-links, actually, at this point. Endgame gear? Yeah. Yeah, you would want to go for a bit more Fizz max hits. You might have to go a little bit more into defense, like you're saying on the skill tree, like maybe pick up some more armor nodes and stuff. I feel that.
Hello.
Oh, did not mean to put those away.
Where it's going.
I actually don't know why I haven't picked up Iron Reflexes yet. I typically do it with Unwavering Stance because I have hybrid bases on right now. I just haven't really thought about it, but let's go ahead and do that. Typically do.
What is this piece of shit?
Oh, latency. This might be...
What is this piece of shit?
I thought that was the end.
Hello.
The ultimate carpal tunnel. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, they're very, it's very chill.
That's a fast.
Hello.
How's the train?
Or the balcony.
Greetings.
Orb of Scaling.
The big on. If I have your POB code, does it somehow update live if you are the creator, or will I have to put in a new code? It doesn't update live, so if I make any significant changes to the build, I would update links to the POB, and you'd have to just re-grab it, essentially. My website has a link to the POB that I keep updated if necessary. That's where you can pull it. Because a lot of my YouTube videos or Twitch stuff will have whatever the current POB was at the time. But the most up-to-date one will always be on my website.
Lots of rats. Lots of rats. Lots of rats.
Greetings.
Alright guys, I think that's going to do it for tonight. If I had more time, I would try to push mapping. But yeah, I've got about 6 hours before I gotta wake up and go to work. So yeah, pretty good run. Leveled the character in just around 6 hours. Not too bad. I'll cut a video of just the campaign run for the hardcore SSF and post that on the YouTube if people want to see that. Yeah, no problem guys. Thank you for the support. Thanks Spiral. Thanks everybody for just the amazing, overwhelming support. Maybe tomorrow I'll play around with this character and just do some mapping and answer questions in stream and just kind of look at stuff and chill. I would like to see how far I can actually push this hardcore test character. So maybe tomorrow I'll just be mapping in first 2 void zones. But yeah, thanks everybody. I'll catch you all later.